Hi. Is this thing on? Yes. Yep, it works. Awesome. Good morning / afternoon, my lovelies. It is me, Jeffy, the alien. Welcome to my stream. Coming at you live from the mothership, currently orbiting your planet. It's me, hi. Hello, welcome. Did you sleep well? I know I did. Slept like a fucking log, for a change. Sometimes I have problems sleeping. But yesterday I went to bed, I closed my eyes and it was like, boom. Almost instant. Which almost never happens to me. So, a part of me was like, yay, I did it. I can finally sleep in a timely fashion. And of course, my overactive brain, when I woke up the next day, went like, that's unusual. You're dying. I'm sorry you're dying. You know how it is, right? Living with a brain that is a little bit too comfortable about going into spirals about any fucking subject. Life. So yes, this is a Saturday comfy stream. I haven't done one of these in a while. I've been playing a few games on Saturdays. So I thought to myself, why not do a relaxing iceberg / reaction stream where we dive in, no pun intended, into the wild world of the interwebs, and we start dissecting some subjects online, whatever they may be. Does that sound like fun to you? Because it sure as hell sounds fun to me. Yeah, Rary, exactly. It's like you're trying to sleep and then it's like that one time you talked a bit, your voice cracked when talking to a lady. And then you can't sleep. Oh my god, you're like a fucking paparazzi agent. You're always trying to get those next pictures you can use in your videos. Alright, hold on. Hold on. I have to have one of these somewhere. Let's see. Let's do... Hold on. This is for you, agent. I don't know what this is behind me, but I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay. Alright. So, flip it, whatever. Agent, have fun with it, I guess. Hey Nia, how are you? Oh, that's an interesting name, Big. I'm sure I'm not the only one telling you that. And I'm sure that's by design. Alright, let's say hi to some cuties in the chat. Hi, Devin. Hey, Agent. Very good to see you. Formula. Hi. Good afternoon, maybe? Evening? Hey, Plague. Hey Marek. Bonjour. Hey Social. Good to see you. And Nia, of course. I'm doing good. What about you? How have you been? It's been a hot minute. My chat broke. Oh. You scared me for a second. Yeah, he's gonna be analyzing all the ways he can make memes of me with all of this. Because not only does now he have some green screens he can use into videos, he also has a lot of screenshot potentials from all of these expressions. So if that doesn't work for him, I don't know what will. Oh, it's your spawn day today, Nia. That's awesome. Happy spawn day. I hope you have a lovely day full of Mylar balloons and cake. With those little fire sticks on top of it. Oh yeah, candles. Yeah, and you won't be able to say I never give you anything, Ancient. You're welcome. But yeah, so today we're going to be doing some icebergs. Not the lettuce. The YouTube iceberg. Yes. What is an iceberg? It's a big hunk of water turned into a solid that floats in your planet. There's many of them, and they are a way for us to realize the health of your planet. The more icebergs you have in your north quadrant, the safer you are against global warming. I got some bad news for you. The icebergs are a dying breed. So that means you are, unfortunately, fucked. But that doesn't mean we can't have fun on the way down. What? Too depressing. I mean, maybe you'll find a way to turn it back. I hope. But yeah, so icebergs are fascinating, but that's not what we're doing today. We're going to a metaphorical iceberg. So for those of you who don't know what the YouTube iceberg is, it's basically an infographic on a specific topic that, hold on, does my fingies work? My fingies don't work. Oh, now they work. My fingies activated. So icebergs are a figurative way on YouTube. It's an infographic that has many different levels that goes deeper. The more you're at the top, the easier they are to understand for a layperson who is not involved in the fandom or whatever the topic is. And as it goes down, it gets more and more and more obscure and baffling. So, I'm sure that exists, Agent. I'm sure that exists. An iceberg on the icebergs. YouTube iceberg on iceberg. How many times did I say iceberg? Eisenberg. Oop, wrong franchise. Yeah, it's a list. But also most of them have explanations around them from the videos we've seen in the past. So we'll be taking a look at these today. Among other things, of course. It's not a comfy Saturday morning stream without me just rambling on and on and on about a lot of different topics that strike my fancy. And I believe you would probably enjoy it if I did end up talking about these different subjects, because you're here, right? That means you're used to me going on tangents and going all attention deficit disorder. So I hope you'll indulge me one more time in that regard. How about an alien abduction iceberg? Alright, so what are we talking about today? Hey Trasher, good morning. You know someone had to say it. Did they though? Did they really? Was that necessary? I don't agree. I think pop culture does a great job already of making us all look bad. But I guess at the end of the day, it depends. Some people really enjoy that part of alien culture, which I'll admit, some species of aliens subscribe to. You know, like the Grey Man. And also probably Echo Saren. I think she really likes those abductions. And their fan base seems to agree. So I guess they have a good thing going. Well, I'm glad you agree, Social. Because I do like them as well. I figure my content is all about comfy, fashion, and games. So I've been having a lot of I've been doing a lot of thinking these last few days and last few weeks about what I want to do with my channel going forward. And I feel like as much fun as going down to 3 streams a week was, it's not working out for me. Because Twitch is all about being present and being active. And me not streaming on Mondays was relaxing, but it wasn't working out. So I'm announcing it here first. But Monday streams are coming back. Monday night streams are coming back. Pause for applause. Yay! Woohoo! Alright, so I'll explain why. It's like I've always streamed. I used to stream Monday, Wednesday, Fridays when I first got started in 2018. And over time, I added the Saturday morning stream, which turned out to be really, really popular. So 4 days a week was my baseline for the longest time. Until I kinda got a little bit burnt out. Well, I mean, I'm skipping a step. I had 4 days a week, which worked really well for a long time. And then when I went full-time streaming, I said, I gotta stream more often. Which was a mistake. I should have stuck to 4 times a week. And try to make more content around it for other platforms. But I turned my 4 streams a week into 6 streams a week. And I've done that for a full year. And I got tired of it. It got exhausting. Not only that, it actually did the opposite of what I wanted it to. Being available more often turns out is not a good thing. Because people assume you'll always be online. And they forget to tune in. No, and I did not get tired of you, Formula. I got tired of Agent. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I got tired of the schedule. All kidding aside. It's like streaming 6 times a week was difficult. Because I was trying to do content for other platforms. And I never had enough time to sit down and work on it because I was always planning the next stream, right? So there was no time for me to sit down and do it in a way that I found worked for me. So then I swung back in the opposite direction hard when, well, okay, we're going down to 3 streams a week. And that worked for a while, but career-wise, not so much. So, not only that, you don't realize if you don't stream for 4 days, not only do some people forget about you, you also forget how to stream. It's like, I've ended my stream on Saturdays, and then I get on stream on Wednesdays, and I'm like, how do I do this again? So, yeah. Yeah, so it was hard to catch all my streams because I stream too much. Yeah. So even then, I'm getting second thoughts about the Monday stream now because of your comment, Devin. I mean, 4 seems reasonable. Because I also thought about maybe doing Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. But I don't wanna fuck over my Europeans. My lovely Europeans. Because they can only catch me on Saturdays. So, that's a good question, huh? Wednesday, Friday, Saturdays. Or Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturdays. I mean, we're workshopping it right now. You guys are helping me a lot right now. I appreciate it. I appreciate the feedback. Also, how was the movie, Jeffy? Hi, Delta. It went well. I had a great time. Turns out the second Japanese Ring movie is it's scary, but not as scary as the first. Some people disagreed with my take on it, but I stand by it. 4 streams should be manageable. Yeah, I mean, to me, yes. Because I've been also thinking of doing that bonus stream on Mondays as another way for me to plan more content. Because what I'm thinking about, hold on. So, I've been trying to plan ahead some streams in the future. Because, okay, I'll talk about it a little bit. So here's a little bit of a look behind the scenes. My full-time project for this stream was that I would start on February 8th, 2021. And I would say I would keep going until February 8th, 2022. So to see how much I could do in 1 year, full-time, no other jobs. And my time ran out. Why are these aliens? Oh my god, we can't catch a break. No, we can't. Ugh. Jaden, thank you for the follow, welcome. We're talking a little bit about shop. A little bit about streams. Alright, give me a sec, I'm trying to put all my windows in order. I forgot to align my new follow alerts. So I couldn't see you. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I mean, I might try it for a few weeks, see how people enjoy it. It doesn't have to keep going if it doesn't work. That's a good idea for me. Nothing is set in stone, specifically while streaming. So... Oh yeah. My main goal is having fun. If I'm not having fun on stream, what's the fucking point? You guys aren't gonna have fun if I'm not having fun, because you're just gonna be sitting there going like, oh my god, Jeffy looks like they're having a horrible time. This is awkward. Click away. So... We hit the limit on my full-time project in February. So now we're in overtime, so to speak. I mean, I could do that. That could be something I do for me, but... Okay. I'll get to why I'm gonna do it a little bit different. Hey, Kemi! Good morning / evening. We're talking about the future of the stream, so you're right on cue. Alright. So... I've been trying to figure out how I'm going to go back to work. So... I've sat down and crunched my finances to see what was my actual endgame scenario here. And I made a decision. I'm pushing back the return to full-time work until September. So, I'm giving myself 4 additional months. But, these are not going to be a vacation. It's time to get serious. Yes. So, what this means is that... Oh, hi, Espino. Still on your new account, huh? Hint, 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 hint. Alright. I keep getting sidetracked, sorry. Alright, so... what I'm gonna be doing during these 4 months is I'm going to adjust my schedule back to 4 days a week. But also trying to focus on everything around the stream. Well, you know how to fix it, Aspino. Get your old account back. So... the Monday stream might not stay. I'm gonna test it out for a few weeks. Because my goal now is to not only stream, but also be more consistent in my content production. So that means I'm gonna try to release more content on everything around my streaming in a regular fashion, on a schedule, so to speak. So I want to ideally have one short slash TikTok slash you know what I mean, one TikTok a day during the weekdays. Weekends are still a time to relax, because if there's one thing I've learned over this year of content creation is that you can't keep pushing yourself non-stop just because you think you can do it, because that's how you burn out. And I don't want to do that again. I don't want to do that again. So I'm putting in some dedicated days off. Like Sundays will be no work allowed. No work allowed. So no. Because if I don't schedule myself some relaxing time, then I'm just gonna always be in work mode in my head, you know, because that's the thing when you're freelancing or when you do your own work. There's always that little voice in the back of your head that goes, you should be working right now. You should be working right now. Why are you not working, bitch? And I'm in the corner going like, I just want to play Fortnite. So, you know, I gotta make room for that. Specifically. Why do you keep translating these old-ass songs, Ospino? Cotton Eye Joe now. You could have translated Cotton Eye Joe too, you know? But were you scared I would not understand the reference? Alright, so how would I translate Cotton Eye Joe? Joe aux yeux de coton. Yeah. Joe aux yeux de coton. Not as catchy, is it? Anyway. Alright, focus, Jeffy, focus. Alright, so... my plan is to be more consistent with my output of content. So if you're not following my social medias, you should probably do it, because there's going to be a lot of content coming over the pipes in the following weeks during the summer. So here they are. Blast, dirty self-promotion. Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Yes, yes. And we also have our lovely, lovely community Discord server, full of lovely people like you. Thank you. No, I'll spell it, Jimmy. There we go. Cotton Eye Joe. Joe? Joe? Aux yeux, with the eyes. De coton, of cotton. It's not a literal translation, but it's close enough. This was your random-ass French lesson with Jeffy. You're welcome. Alright, so... I recommend you subscribe to these platforms, because I will try to release content on a more regular basis. So, here's what I'm hoping for. Here's the best case scenario. So I want one TikTok type of content a day. I want 2 longer form content per week on YouTube, preferably on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I want 1 comic on Twitter and Instagram on Fridays. And I want a few tweets every day. So, too ambitious? Probably. Probably. Then you need to reinstall TikTok again. You don't have to. Just put that link in your favorite on your browser. It's fine on desktop. You know why? Because it does not send you into a rabbit hole every time. Don't reinstall it. Don't reinstall it. Just check my page once in a while. You'll be safer this way. Because TikTok is like cocaine for the brain. But I guess cocaine is cocaine for the brain. It's a drug. I can't tell you the amount of times I went, alright, I'll go watch a few TikToks for like 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes to kill. And then a whole hour passes. Because their algorithm is so creepily good at finding out what you enjoy, that they find a way to keep your attention for that long. Alright, then I'm not too sure exactly what you're offering, Jimmy. Well, I mean, you need to scroll for a few moments. You have to scroll a few videos for like 10 minutes for the algorithm to seek in what you enjoy. It's like you're playing, what was that game with the genie that asked you like 20 questions and they could find out who you're thinking about exactly? Do you have cocaine on your planet, and if not, do you think your people will like it? We have some alternative drugs that have similar effects back home. They're awful. Don't do them. Yeah, Akinator. Devin, yeah. The TikTok algorithm is kind of like Akinator on steroids. So just imagine a really, really tall, muscle daddy version of Akinator. And that's pretty much TikTok for you. Oh god, that's a horrifying mental image. What the fuck? You wanna create an intergalactic drug empire? Well, you'll have to get past all the space pirates to do that. Because there's already a few space Escobars. And I don't think they would like a human to get involved in their trade. Good luck! Oh, you mean like skits and shit, Jimmy. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't think skits would be what I would end up doing. I feel like most of the time, my ultimate goal for this content creation schedule is not to blow up on other platforms. It's to bring in people to my streams, right? So my plan is to bring in people to my stream. Because that's what I like doing. I like streaming. I like hanging out with you lovelies. Every single time. And you don't do that by just streaming on Twitch anymore. Unless you get very lucky. Yeah, that's not how it works anymore. We've had this talk multiple times on this channel. If you just stream, you're wasting your time. It's like jumping into a garbage bag, closing the top, shoving yourself into a trash chute, and hoping people find you. Alright, Ospino being sassy again. You want to blow up and buy a Ferrari? No, I would not buy a Ferrari. It sounds really dumb, but you know what I would do with big YouTube advertisement money? I would buy a house and make a savings account where I could save enough money so that I could invest it and live off the interests forever, ever, ever, ever. That's how you win at life. You get enough money away that you get enough interests on it that you don't have to work a day in your life, and you have to focus on doing the things that you enjoy. That's my goal. That's how it works. That's the secret. The problem is, for doing that, you need, like, at the very least, like 2 million smackaroos. So we're not getting that anytime soon, friends. If you just start their own NFTs, bleh. Don't even joke about that formula. Blah, 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 blah. NFTs. No fucking thanks. Well, I mean, it depends on tastes, get me? Alright, so once I got that bag secured, and I got a nice steady income going in, and I don't have to work, I can focus on streaming, hanging out, and more importantly, buying a really, really powerful PC. Yeah, I know it's not very glamorous, is it? But I like PCs. And the stronger your PC is, the better you can play games, and the better you can stream. And also, the more smooth your virtual reality experience is. I would also probably buy really, really powerful virtual headsets, because I do love me some VR. But yes, you might have stumbled on me in VR chat, because I do play that game. Oh, enjoy the snacks formula. Well, I mean, you would run into some diminishing returns at some point else, you know. Not because the hardware you have is shitty, but because the software you're using has not been programmed for such astronomically, no pun intended, hardware. But yeah, so that would be my dream scenario if I got a lot of money. But yeah, I know my chances of piercing the veil of content creation is low, as is anything in show business, which is what content creation is. It's about 10 million people all clamoring for the attention of a actually pretty small viewer base. It's like, I've talked about it last time on, I think it was Wednesday stream, but when I say that Twitch has a small viewer base, I'm not kidding. At any time on Twitch, there's about 1 million people watching, total. And about 30% of those people are watching XQC. So, from what I've heard, Twitch viewership is top heavy. So, 70% of people are watching the top 100 streamers on this platform. And 30% of the rest are watching the other streamers. So, you know, it makes for a precarious scenario. Oh, hey, Booker DeWitt. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Hi, Raiders. I'm Jeffy, the alien. Welcome to my stream. Coming at you live from the mothership. It's me, your possible new best friend. Maybe. Anyway, I'm a variety streamer, but I've been streaming and VTubing on Twitch since 2018. Welcome. How was your stream, Booker? Playing some Black Ops Zombies, huh? Can go on with the classics. Hi, TH. What's up? Jiffy Fashion Line when? I already have some merch. If you like human merch as much as I do, just type !point merch in the chat and buy a t-shirt. And we also have some hoodies, some mouse pads, some phone cases. They're great. They're amazing. Are you convinced? Hey, Caternal, what's up? Yeah, we were talking about Twitch. I was announcing my return to 4 days a week of streaming, and also a more consistent upload schedule of other content on my other platforms. So, yeah. I was talking about how Twitch is a numbers game, and that it's very top heavy. Like 30% of viewers on Twitch are currently watching XQC. And about 70% of all Twitch viewership are watching the top 100 streamers on this platform. So it leaves 30% of the viewership to us smaller streamers. And there's about 10 million of us. So, to say that this medium has competition would be kind of an understatement. No. Not the lettuce. Not the lettuce. We're gonna go iceberg hunting on YouTube after I'm done blabbing on about what interests me. What are you doing, Shuguma? Good to see you again. Hey, Delta. Alright, so I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm going to be able to produce that much content. But stay tuned to my YouTube and TikTok specifically. There's gonna be a lot of stuff coming over there in the next few days and weeks. You are trying to be a PNG tuber. Wow, you're in luck. It's never been easier to be a PNG tuber these days. There's so many cool apps you can use to animate yourself. And it works with any budget. You can even make a stick figure and animate it in their way. And it would work. And don't let anyone tell you that PNG tubers are not VTubers. Because there was that big debacle this week on Twitter when someone tried to say that PNG tubers and VTubers are not the same. We'll see, Shugama, we'll see. Thank you for thinking about me, though. Okay, so a PNG tuber, Elspino. It's, no. 2D streamers are like live 2Ds, you know, they move. And they're like, you know, those types in 2D, like, it's an animated drawing, but it's actually rigged. PNG tubers are static images with 1 or 2 variations. Some have a little bit more budget and have mouths that move. So it's different. Like, Agent is a PNG tuber. Like I said, it depends. Hold on, let me see if I can find some examples. So, I'm a 3D VTuber. If you want to see what a 2D VTuber is, I'm gonna need to scroll a bit. So 2D VTubers are like... Yeah, 2D VTubers are like this. I'm gonna use my friend Echo as an example. So I'm gonna cut... I'm gonna cut the thing, but that... Oh, why is it not showing? So you know, fellow alien VTuber Echo Seren, that's a 2D VTuber, right? They have a 2D image, but it's rigged. And it has tracking. So yeah, that's a 2D VTuber. And PNG tubers are like static images. Yeah, like what Super uses and Agent as well. 2D is pretty much any Hololive. Yes, exactly, Agent, exactly. All the Hololive girls are 2D. Yeah, like that. So that's a PNG tuber. So they have some eye blinks, they have some simple mouth movements. And they're more accessible to people on a budget. So, you know. It's a way for people that don't want to spend $1,000 buying your live 2D model. You know what's funny? 2D VTubing was less expensive back in the day. When I started, you could get a live 2D model for much cheaper than a 3D model. And now it went topsy-turvy. It's the opposite now. It's now more expensive for a 2D live 2D model and rigging than an actual 3D model. I'm guessing because that's where the meta is going right now. People are going 2D. 3D is no longer popular. So everybody's going live 2D now. Because I'll admit, in certain situations it looks much better. And it also is, well, I mean, that's exactly what it is, Devin. There's not a lot of people that can do live 2D rigging that looks good. And they get paid the big bucks. I've been tempted to learn it myself. But it looks so fucking complicated. It looks so fucking difficult. Because rigging for 3D is built to be easy to rig up. Oh, you sweet summer child. Easy. I mean, it's not easy to me. What's the secret formula, Pi? Please tell me. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. You can do some simple rigging really easily in 3D. But it's gonna be a little bit funky. And if you want the actual cool mount tracking, like what I have, you're gonna either do it yourself or hire someone to do it for you. And the going rate these days is about 500 bucks. So, that should add up. So if you don't want to break the bank and want to see if VTubing is for you, PNG tubing is where it's at. Oh damn. Yuguma just fucking blew the case wide open. Wow, I should have known. N475. Why did I not think about that? Fuck. I could have been rich. Yeah, I'm not 100% happy with my own version of mount tracking. So I might get it fixed by someone that knows what the fuck they're doing. So maybe I'll get Jeffy 3.0 mount tracking in the near future. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, so it's pretty much supply and demand. 3D rigging has a lot of subtleties to it, as live 2D rigging. But there's way less live 2D riggers than 3D modelers available. So the price goes up. Supply and demand, right? No, I'm thinking about someone else. Why? I've had my eye on a few other people because I love Fufamit's mount tracking. But you know what I don't like? The almost year-long waiting queue. It's like, I'm gonna look for someone that does good mount tracking but doesn't have like 1,000 people waiting. That's not a diss on Fufamit. I love her work. And she deserves that gigantic waiting line. And that's no fault of her own. People just want to get their mount tracking done by her. That's a good thing. But yeah, I did my own mount tracking. So I sat down with some coffee. A lot of coffee. And I tried to do my own. And it took me about 6 different attempts. So I had to restart about 6 times to get something that looked decent to me. So it's still not great. Like for example, when I smile, my mouth goes a little bit wider than I would like. And also, I see way too much teeth. And also, when I turn to the side, you'll see what I mean. It doesn't wrap around the teeth correctly. It's kind of looking weird. It's looking sus. So there's all things I will try to get fixed eventually. But you know, it's a work in progress. Always is. The life of a VTuber is always redebuts, redesigns, updates, upgrades, side grades. Yeah, dentists don't like me very much, Shiguma, just so you know. They think I'm going to bite them. And I'm like, look bitch, it's not because I have sharp teeth that I'm going to be chopping down your fingers. Hey, welcome back for a minute. What was the snacks? Oh yeah, I remember that one, Agent. That was, ooh. Well, I mean, I don't really blame them, Shiguma. They don't see an alien every day, so they get scared. Because you know how your popular media on this planet is all about, ooh, aliens are going to probe you and kidnap you and kill your bitches. Yeah. And then people are going like, why are people so scared of aliens? Oh gee, I wonder why. I wonder why. Yeah, that's one great way to put it, Keme. Camembert cheese and bread. Ooh. Ooh, that's fancy. Well, not only Omega. I did get really enamored with Earth cuisine. Especially your brown gluten discs. Otherwise known as pizza. And before anyone bitches, I yoinked that joke from Merryweather. They made a joke about an alien being very happy with pizza and they were calling it those circular round gluten discs. That's a funny way to say it. Blame Hollywood. I am blaming Hollywood. I am. I'm not sure they would mistake me for a shark VTuber Delta. Most of the time, people, when they see me, go like, oh nice, are you a Mantis VTuber? No, alien. Or they go, oh look, it's Shrek, the VTuber. No, I'm not Shrek. Does this look like a swamp? Bitch, come on. I don't decide if Japan wants to do. Well, I mean, it's not only Japan. It's not only Japan. Humans are very thirsty creatures. And I don't mean that in the hydration sense. We've learned that a long time ago. Yeah, Piccolo Agent, thank you. Oh my god. No, I'm not a snail, Formula. God damn it. But yeah, it's a thing. So yeah, PNG tubing, as I said. It's a good way to get started in the VTubing world, on a budget. And you can make it look pretty good these days. Hold on, let me grab some of the softwares I recommended last time I did a stream on this subject. Okay, so there's two softwares I recommend. So there's this one. I'll post the link in the chat. It's Vtuber. And if you have a bigger budget, you can get Hunk for $12, which is this one. These two will give you a lot of different tools for what you need to get started in PNG tubing. So keep an eye out for those. Basically, all you need is a static image with mouth open, mouth closed, and some blinking animations, like eye open, eye closed, eye open, or even eye halfway. Okay. So, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm not a pro at that subject, but I'm more of on the 3D side. But I did do some research on the other things. Oh, that's nice, Huguma. What is going to be your concept? If you don't mind me asking. I was gonna cheat and look at your user profile picture, but there's none. Magic Knight or Paladin? Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think if I know a lot of Knight VTubers. Nothing's coming up. Nothing's coming up. So you might have something there. You might have something. Easier said than done, Omega. People have a very strong drive for these things on this planet. NFT tubers. You shut the fuck up, Devin. You shut the fuck up. I kid because I care. But no NFTs. That shit's going to die very soon. People don't realize it. Because once it's gonna blow up, once it's going to destroy itself, it's going to go down in a blaze of drama that we will all be sitting on the wayside, eating popcorn and enjoying. Yep, and I'm enjoying every second of it, Cypher. It's like, we've been yelling at the people not to touch the NFTs. And they've touched the NFTs. And now we get to watch them get pulled in. It's like quicksand. Yeah. The Bored Ape Yacht Club got hacked. And the person who hacked it put a link to a exclusive minting, which basically made them click a link and stole all of their ape NFTs. Over 100 of those poor innocent apes got yoinked. So, whoops. Yeah, that's what I don't understand, Crasher. Now, am I crazy? Or is it really weird for companies to try to shill NFTs now, when they know that just mentioning the word NFT will make your whole fucking user base grab pitchforks and torches? Why does anyone think it's a good idea still? It's like, fuck. Which one was the recent one that tried it and got fucking slammed hard? There was one really recently. Yeah, I know, it's easy money. They want, oh yeah, G Fuel, thank you, Crasher. Yeah. After all of that bullshit, any company's getting fucking destroyed in seconds when they mention the 3 letters together. And now there's fucking G Fuel going like, let's make NFTs. Yeah, let's make NFTs, bros. Anybody's gonna think it's a great idea, but we're gonna do it still. NFTs are great. Ugh. No, they're not stupid, they're greedy assholes. That's what they are, Kame. They know the lashback they're gonna get, but they think they're gonna make more money from it than the lashback will cause in financial losses. So, fucking hell. It's like they don't understand. That's when you realize a lot of people making the big decisions at the top of these companies don't know what the fuck they're talking about and are so disconnected with reality that it's gonna cost them. It's gonna cost them. Maybe, Cypher, maybe. Yeah, fun fact, GamerSup saw like 40% increase in business. They were almost immediately dunking on G Fuel about their NFT bullshit. Like, on the same day. And that was a pro-business move right there. Well, it's not that they're huffing anything, Shuguma. It's that... Okay, so here's my theory. As you get older, you start to lose a little bit of touch in what is cool or not. That happens naturally. But there is one way to increase the speed at which it happens. And it's to be incredibly rich. Or have a way of life that is not usual to the other people that live on your planet. And over time, you start to disconnect from what makes the world tick. It's the same thing that in Hollywood, like some superstars making billions of dollars. Or like, I had such a bad week this week. My yacht. The engine of my yacht broke. And I couldn't go on the yacht for 2 days. Why is life so difficult? Guess I'll go make myself feel better in my swimming pool full of money. I mean, I know, Camry, but that's not what we're talking about. Hey, Dad. I'm doing good. What about you? Oh, thank you for the host, Cypher. Hope you have a good D&D session. But, yeah, at the end of the day, that's my guess. It's like, once you get a lot of money, and over time, you start to lose touch of what makes the world go round. And I feel like a lot of these people at the top, like the person in charge of G Fuel, did not realize how much of a dumpster fire NFTs were, or thought it was grossly exaggerated by their underlings, which were going like, don't do it, please don't do it. And the guy at the top of G Fuel was like, NFTs go burr, money machine goes burr. I like money, it's shiny. And then they went ahead with it, and everybody collectively went facepalm. And they had to backtrack. But it was too late. Because you know what it sends, what message it sends to the populace? If you support NFTs, even if you backtrack on them, it just tells us that you prefer profit over anything else. Over practicality. Over usefulness. Over logic. And if you backtrack, it's not because you don't support NFTs. It's because you realize the profit you would make from NFTs would be offset by the loss of business caused by your stance on said NFTs. So it's like, you're not sorry. You're sorry you got caught. Bitch. Yeah, that's what... The Federation is not a big fan of humans already, Omega. Please don't make it worse. Please. I'm trying really hard here to make you guys look, presentable. The Federation. You're not helping. Yeah. Oh no, my private chef has overcooked my steak. Woe is me. Anyway. Oh. Hi Spartan, welcome. Welcome to Comfy Chill Stream Hours with your host, Jeffy, the alien. That's me. I don't see another alien here, do you? Yeah, they're going to confiscate my whole archive of content. I'm gonna look at the chat. I just read it and go, what is wrong with humans? I'm trying to wink, but it's not working. Oh yeah, now it's working. Fucking hell. You know, it's like, alright, I need a tactical wink here. And they're gonna make me look like I'm having a stroke. Oh no. Blood clot. Yeah, great job. Now you just embarrass yourself in front of new people. If the NFT was actually buying digital ownership of the image. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, digital ownership is not something new. It's just that people are assuming NFTs are digital ownership. It's not, and that's probably the biggest swindle there is in the whole NFT shit. It's a hyperlink to a very tiny space on a server. So you own the code, but not the actual image you see. It's just a way to visualize it. So it's a scam. And people are starting to wise up to it. Hopefully. Hey, Layo, what's up? How you doing? Oh yeah, by the way, I saw the model you've made for Agent in VR chat last week. Good job. Good job. You did good work, dude. Oh, thank you, Spartan. You are too kind. You are too kind. Excuse me while I drink some coffee. Yeah, but you know what I feel will happen with NFT scamming? People are gonna realize it's a scam, but not before a lot of very mean and evil people will get away with a lot of money. And they're gonna do it again with the next swindle. Well, this is for you, Rary. Thank you for spending Federation credits. But yeah. So... well, I mean, yeah, Delta, but... it's a small number. I feel like the richer you are, the more you get disconnected with reality. It makes you do some weird-ass shit. And I know some people are gonna go, but Elon? No, not Elon. Not Elon. It's probably, I'm probably gonna get crucified for this, but I don't like him. He has some very problematic views on shit. It's like, oh, I want free speech on the platform. And then he turns around and cancels someone's Tesla order because he was mean to him in the comments. Free speech, Elon? Right. Yeah, sure. Free speech. Yeah. We'll see if they actually buy it or not, Delta. A bit. You're being generous. Alright, so... fuck, I wanted to talk about something else, but I forgot. Where are my show notes? Yeah. That's pretty much what it is, Shijuma. The... bad news, Delta. There are no humans in the Federation. Not yet. Not yet. I've said it before on stream, but you guys are like the... ooh, how do I put this politely? You guys are like the Floridians of the Milky Way. Sorry. You're also not in the most easily accessible part of the galaxy. You're in a little bit of a weird corner. And they recently built a communication relay nearby. But everything else is not very maintained. There's not a lot of infrastructure nearby either. So getting here is a little bit of a bitch. Okay, let's see. Oh. I remember a joke someone made about him, how he once promised cat girls the internet and then later said sex bots would be a thing and he would make cat girls once to make up for the other promise. And it ended with, man, Mars is going to be freaking planet in the solar system one day. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to put it, Agent. But here's the thing. Elon promises a lot. Elon also buys a lot of companies and then pretends he created them. So I would not be impressed if in about 5 years, people assume Elon created Twitter. And then he's going to just not do anything with them. It's like that whole Hyperloop tunnel bullshit. It's a disaster. It's like, oh, they'll be so fast, but they have traffic jams. And it took them many more years than they said it would. And it's not working right. So as I said, he talks a big game. But he can never cash his checks. Well, here's the thing though. Didn't he buy SpaceX, Agent? So that wasn't really him doing it. He just bought it to get the credit for it. Right, Chris? Yeah, I was just talking about what he made SpaceX. Oh yeah, he did. Huh. Okay. I was not aware of that. He is, yeah, he is. Specifically when it comes to Tesla. Yeah, though those are other promises he has not went on with it. So, I feel like what he's gonna do with Twitter is gonna be like, he's gonna let a lot of really problematic people back on the platform. But he's still going to ban people he doesn't agree with. Like, oh, do you want to talk about unionizing at Tesla? Oops. Got banned. What about your fucked up Hyperloop? Oop, banned. So once again, it's gonna be free speech for me, but not for D. Yeah. As I said, he talks one way and then he does other shit around it, so I don't trust him. I don't trust him. And he has like a weird cult of personality around him too, which is kinda creepy too. Like, if you say something bad about him, you have all those Elon bros falling from the sky in parachutes. No, I mean, Elon is kinda like that too, a little bit, Thrasher. It's like a lot of people think he invented Tesla. Wow, that's sad and hilarious at the same time, Cypher. So self-driving demonstration went awry. Well, not only that, remember the Cybertruck window? Oh, it's bulletproof. Chucks a rock at it. The glass explodes. Alright, stop whispering in my ear, I don't like it. That's too kinky.
All hail the prophet Elon Musk of the Church of Jeffy.
What? No, don't tie me to that maniac. No. Thank you for the biddies. Well, I mean, no. Let's try to be more optimistic, Shiguma. Humans have a lot of work to do, but I'm confident with some slight adjustments, you will be able to join the Federation. Look at it this way. My species used to be a mess, specifically after the fucking incident. But we managed to bring ourselves back from the brink. So if we can do it, you can too. And now we're part of the Federation. So if we can do it, so can you. Well, Alien says slight adjustment. Sounds like a threat. No, it's fine, Kame. We can let it live. Well, I mean, you take it as a threat, Agent. That's not my intention. But then again, people always assume the worst. Oh no, the alien's making healthy recommendations. Run! Well, you should not hug all of them, Formula. Some of them don't like you. Like, if you go up to a xenomorph and you try to hug him, he's going to have some problems with it. And you will have a few problems of your own, specifically in the living category. Yeah, Delta, it's been hard, huh? Everybody's talking about him. And since I'm a big user of Twitter, I can't run away from it. Because Elon Musk can't fart without 5 reporters huffing it. Sniff, sniff. Some of it feels like Earth-Final conflict. Yeah, I mean, once again, not helping my reputation here. Like, oh, aliens are friendly, but they're not, they're evil. And then they're like, oh no, that means if they're trying to be friendly, they're evil. And then no progress gets made. Well, I mean, yeah, that's one way to put it for me. Some people can't even, some of the aliens can't even conceptualize it. Because it's not something they're built for, right? Like, some alien species are so frail that hugging them would kill them. So in that case, Formula, you would be their first, and then their last. I mean, that's what this stream is all about, Kame. Icebergs. We went down the Elon iceberg and had a horrible, horrible crash. And there were no survivors. And we went down the PNG tuber rabbit hole / iceberg. I like these topics. Gives us a lot to talk about. Yeah, we're hunting iceberg lettuces. Very yummy. Also, isn't there a Fortnite challenge where you have to pour lettuce? I tried, it didn't work. So I guess someone lied to me. So there's like new Street Fighter skins in Fortnite today. And people were like, oh, does that mean we're gonna get the Chun-Li skins back? Nope. You're gonna have to wait a bit longer for your Thai goddess to come back. I made friends with some of those, it's probably they're friends of the alien movies. Are they? Really? Are you sure about that, Delta? Because that's not what I heard. You still haven't tried no build mode from it. Try it. Try it. You'll like it, I swear. If you like the aesthetic of Fortnite, if you like the combat of Fortnite, but you don't like the Taj Mahal building motherfuckers, as soon as you shoot them, they have a whole apartment complex around them, and they're shooting at you from the ceiling. No, then you're gonna like this. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Agent. Good guess. Yeah, I'm surprised it took them this long, Social. We've been bitching at them for a long time. And I've said it before. I like the aesthetic of Fortnite. I like their skins. They have so many cool-ass cosmetics in there. The combat's great. The shooting's great. The building's fucking awful. And I would play the shit out of it if they made a no-build mode. And they did. So I've been playing it off stream a bunch. Yeah. Trying to get their opinion on how humans portray them. That would kind of be an interesting concept. That's not a bad idea, actually, Formula. Yeah. That was one of my Halloween costume in the few years past. It was like my 2019 costume. Yeah, I have it somewhere. Hold on, can I find it again? Fuck, you're gonna make me look for it. Let's see. Alright, where is it? Oh yeah, there it is. Maybe I should bring it back for 2023. But that was a fun costume to make. Because people said that's a no-brainer. You have big thighs. It would be perfect for you. And I went, you know what, let's give it a shot. And I did. Hold on, did I switch the view? I was not looking at my preview. Did you guys see it or not? Don't tell me the button did not work. Fuck. Okay, I messed up. Alright, right you. Okay, now you can see it. Yeah, that was my 2019 costume. Good times. No, the Federation did not come to Earth Delta. I did. I'm not a representative of the Federation. I'm just a random ass alien trying to live among you. Yeah, that was a bit before your time, Crasher. Not a lot of you were there back when I streamed with this. But it was a cool costume. Not the game, Shiguma. The actual expression. But yeah. I like Chun-Li, she's cool. Well, almost fell down a few times because I have really poor balance, but I managed. I managed, Delta. I think that's possible, Lyo. That's possible. Because I did meet you a few times a long time ago. And then I didn't see you for a bit. And then we ran into each other again. So, you know. It's all relative. Alright, so... What was I gonna say? Well, I don't go into VR chat too often these days. I'm online on Saturday nights mostly. And sometimes I skip a week. So, you know, your mileage may vary. Oh my god, this fucking stream went in so many directions. One second we're talking about NFTs, and then bam, Elon Musk, and then bam, PNG tubers. And then bam, Chun-Li. I guess that's why you like watching my streams. Because they're like gacha. In stream form. You never know what you'll get. Is it going to be a 5-star stream? Or a 1-star stream? Oh my goodness. So you're gonna get more free time, Lyo. Is that it? Yeah, we're exploring all the icebergs without even getting to the iceberg videos on YouTube. How is that? That's fun, is it not? Oh my god, yeah. It's a living. Anyway, at the end of the day, I feel like we should stop idolizing those billionaires. Because, I'll be honest, they don't have anything to aspire to. You don't get that rich without stepping on quite a few necks on your way up. I'm not talking about millionaires, because you can probably get some millions by just being a good person. But I'm talking like billionaires, like billions and billions of dollars. You don't get that high up without fucking up a lot of people on the way up. It's impossible. Because it's a baffling amount of money. And at that point, I'm not even sure why they want to be that rich. It's like, how the fuck do you conceptualize such a massive amount of money? Like, okay. Let's look at the $1 billion. $1 billion is 1,000 millions. So 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, blah, 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 900 million, 999 million, a billion. You realize how much money that is? It's unfathomable. You could... Oh my god. You could spend so much money every day and not even make a fucking dent in it. Because just the financial, the interest return from that alone would outpace your spending ability. Like, let's say you have $1 billion, okay? And you get 4% return on it. Alright, hold on, I need to get my calculator out. Time for some big maths. Alright, welcome back, Alspino. What did you eat? Okay, so let's say I have $1 billion. Alright, $1 billion. And we invest it in a mutual fund with a very conservative return of, let's say, 4%. You know how much interest you get of that money a year? You know how much money you get a year from 4% interest rate on $1 billion? $40 million a year. That's like, split that with 12 months. That means you get about 3.3 million a month to spend. 3 million. I can't even spend that much. How the fuck do you spend that much every fucking month? It's impossible. And it's like it just keeps coming. So these people it's impossible for them to become poor. Because it just keeps coming, right? Yeah, about that, Devin. He said, if the UN tells me how $6 billion could end world hunger, show me a plan of action and I'll do it. And the UN went, here you go. And Elon went, so yeah, it's literally like that Smash Mouth song, Shiguma. It's literally impossible to spend that much money. I know I wouldn't be able to. Eventually you run out of places to put all those Lamborghinis. Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, Alspino, is that if you're gonna make that much money exploiting other people, it needs to be like the old days where people that made more than a few $1 million a year were taxed like 90%. And all that money got put into infrastructure. Because if you're going to be profiting that much money off our asses, we should be getting something in return. So, you know, schools, libraries, roads that won't fall down if you look at them funny. Yeah, and I did not even talk about compounding interest, Rasher. Because if you take all that leftover money you were unable to spend in those 4 millions a month thing on that $1 billion, that gets invested into your fund, that shit compounds itself and you get even more money. And then even more money, and then even more money. So, yeah, it's not cool because when you're at that point, and you take into account everything has a price tag on it, politicians, houses, celebrities, companies, then if you get that much money, you basically own the world. You can do whatever you want, and everybody's just going to bow down to you. So you know that cyberpunk future people keep talking about in those games? That's coming. And some would even argue it's already here. It's just hidden. But now we're getting a little bit too political. I don't like talking about politics. It pisses me off. And it never ends well. So, let's see what else we can talk about. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah. Netflix going down the shitter, isn't it? Yep. Yeah, sounds about right, Alspino. But yeah, let's move on because the powerlessness feeling is fucking choking me. Blech. So I want to talk a little bit about Netflix. Our beloved Netflix is going down the crapper hole. Because everything they've done is now coming home to roost. They started a movement of online streaming. And they are now suffering from the same system they helped create. Because when Netflix was new, they had all the licenses to everything that allowed them to grow to the size they are today. And once people saw the money they could make by making a Netflix alternative, all those licenses those companies were giving away for pennies on the dollar now went back to them. And now, we're in a situation where there's so many streaming services now. And they all have their own licenses. So Netflix is stuck with their own content. And they have some good content in there. They have some good original content. But here's the problem. They subscribe to the shotgun strategy of content. Just explode content all over the fucking platform and hope something sticks. Right? But the problem with that is that it's expensive. Financing all those projects is expensive. So by not being too strict on what they allow on the platform, they found some great gems. Some surprising ones. Like, for example, who the fuck knew Tiger King would get so big? I watched it. It was fucking addicting. It was like watching a train wreck in slow motion. But the thing is, funding all of this thing got expensive. And unfortunately, money runs out for these corporations at some point, especially with so much competition now. So they started canceling things based on viewership. And they missed the forest for the trees with that move. Allow me to explain. So, if a series is not doing too well, you cancel it. You know what happens? It's like, this is a two-pronged problem. I mean, it works, Delta. But you have to have the financial backing to survive it. Because not everything's gonna stick, right? Some of those pellets will go into the fucking stratosphere, never to be seen again. Some of them will hit someone you shouldn't. And then you have that fucking cutie situation all over again. Oh, that was a mess. And so, okay. Here's my opinion on all those cancellations. So, this is a big problem with Netflix. Where if they even smell that viewership is not gonna hit their target, they cancel it. Okay, so this makes two problems. One, the people who do watch it get angry because their series end on a cliffhanger, and we never get to see what the fuck happens after that. Well, that's a problem. And two, which is probably the biggest problem. Okay, so, how do I put this? Okay. Yeah, no closure, but more importantly, do you realize how many fucking TV shows and movies were fucking destroyed by critics when they came out? And now we look at them a few years later, and we have fucking googly eyes because it's so good. Cult classics can't be good immediately. They need time to become good in retrospect, because they, for many reasons, maybe they came out at a time that people were not ready for it yet. Like maybe it was something before its time, right? So the thing comes out, they immediately cancel it, and it never gets to the popularity it deserves because Netflix did not leave it time to blossom, right? It's like there are so many TV shows that people fucking hated at first. Like here's another good example. Seinfeld, right? That's one of my favorite sitcoms of all time. You know what people were saying about the first season when it came out? They were all like, oh my god, it's garbage. It's a show about nothing. What the fuck were they thinking? Oh my god, they should cancel that fucking thing now. You know what would have happened if Fox canceled it back in the day? They would never have made season 2. And it would never have exploded like it did. So many shows with so much potential dead because they couldn't let it breathe a bit. They couldn't let it relax. They couldn't let it settle. They couldn't let it evolve, fix itself. Not all shows are great in season 1. Heck, a lot of them are fucking horrible at first. But then season 2 come out and then people are like, oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god, Devin, it's like people have so many fond memories of the B movie now. You know what people were saying about that movie when it came out? People were calling it a fucking piece of shit. They were saying it was so bad. And now people love it. Yeah. Yeah, Firefly is a great example of that, Crusher, you're right. But it's not necessarily tied to Netflix, but it has the same problem. A beloved series now. Couldn't get time to blossom exactly, so they had to get purchased by another network. So they could finally get the airtime they deserved. Well, I mean, they did the closure thing with the movie, right? I'm a little bit iffy on the details on that one. But then The Simpsons disliked at first, yeah. Yeah, the first season was really critically panned. Because The Simpsons used to be a little segment in a clip show. On a talk show, I think. The Tracy Ullman show. Those shorts were popular. But when they went in full time, the first season was not really well enjoyed. But only after a bit it got better. Same thing with King of the Hill, actually. The first season of King of the Hill was a little bit panned by critics. And then it got really, 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 really good. Yeah. I mean, no one thinks their baby is going to become a success at first. In the TV world, at least. Yeah. And that's the problem Netflix has right now. It's like, whoever is at the top is not canceling the right shows. Because they're not basing themselves on the actual quality of the show. They base themselves on what the audience numbers say. And I'll be honest, the audience does not know what the fuck it wants. So, this makes a big problem for Netflix. Because not only now are they killing a lot of shows that did not get time to become good, they're also killing the drive of any subscribers to watch anything except movies. Because are you going to invest the time to watch a season of a show if you don't know it's gonna get renewed or not? It's like, why waste my fucking time watching that one when I could just watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer because I know it has a fucking ending? Right. Right. But yeah, my point is, people don't want to watch TV shows anymore on Netflix because they don't know if the show they're watching is gonna get fucking cancelled or not. So that's also shooting them in the foot. But yeah, it's a mess. I don't know how they recover from that. I don't know how they recover from that because that means they might have to backtrack on some cancellations. They might have to try to invest less into new shows and try to fix existing ones. That would be a good first step, I think. What do you guys think? Yeah, the manga thing is something I'm not very familiar with. It's like anime, manga, and all that stuff. It's like, oh, is it a TV show? Is it a movie? Is it a comic? It gets a little bit hard to follow. Like, was it the comic that came first, or was it the movie, or was it the series? It's like, sometimes they go in all directions. Sometimes an anime gets turned into a manga, and sometimes it's the other way around, right? Well, I mean, do I have to change it, Agent? I don't think I have to. Because the things I'm talking about are literally icebergs in their own sense. Because the more we talk about them, the deeper we go. So we're not necessarily looking at the YouTube icebergs, but we are treating some of them right now. Indirectly. I don't really watch anime. I know I look anime, but I don't really watch anime. The only animes I've watched are like, I watched Death Note. I watched, well, not watched, I played the Steins Gate graphic novel. People tell me I should watch the anime, but I said I kinda got the gist of it from the game, right? But yeah, as I said, I'm more of a sitcom slash TV shows kind of alien. The boss's problem I have with Netflix is how often they up their price. Yeah. Yeah, it's my favorite interpretation of time travel. Social. So good. It's a fucking roller coaster of emotion as well. That's also good, you know? It's like, I haven't had a good cry in a while. Let's go play Steins Gate. No spoilers. But yeah. They increase their prices. You know why they do that, Devin? Because they have the investor curse. They have the scarlet rot called investors. I've talked multiple times on stream about this before, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll give you the gist of it. If you know the stock market, you get a disease called investors. And what this disease does is it makes your whole company into a zombie that works for short-term profit over everything else, losing limbs and skin and bones and eyeballs and organs, all in the goal of keeping moving, making more profit. They don't care if you die. They just care that you're making them money right now. And when you run out of organs, when you're only bones, they go, alright, time to sell you. We're gonna sell the bones. And then we're gonna invest in something else now. So they sell your bones, aka your stocks. And they move on to the next company to invest in. The stock market is a fucking blight. Not that I can think of, Social. I mean, I've played Corpse Party. Is that a very visual novel? Kinda? Maybe. Yeah, it's really sad, Delta. Because a lot of companies get forced to make horrible, horrible decisions for short-term profit. It's like Netflix is killing itself for the investors. They're increasing the subscription price. They're slamming down on password sharing. They're canceling shows left and right because they want short-term profit to please their investors. Because investors only want one thing: a never-increasing profit year over year. It's not like, oh, I made 100 million this year in profit, and they look at you like this. You've made 110 million last year. Your company is now dying. We need to make some changes to it. That makes no sense. Fuck, 100 million is a great amount of profit to make. Fuck, I would be happy to make that much. But no, to some investors, that's a loss of profit year over year. And we can't have that. Now can we? So fucking infuriating. Like, Netflix is doing it. They're forcing Etsy to do it too. They're forcing Patreon to do that as well. All of those companies will fall on their own blades to please the investors. So yeah. So if you ever make a company, guys, don't fall for the siren song of investors. Don't go public. Don't go public. Don't fall for it. Start smaller. Stay private. That way you won't be beholden to those fucking scumbags. Oh my goodness. That got me a bit worked up, I'm sorry. But yeah, Netflix needs to fix their shit. Because they have a lot of good content on there. They just need to stop fucking canceling it. Because people are not gonna watch your content anymore if they know it's gonna get cancelled. Always keep more than 50% of your company. Well, you would think so, Pi. You would think so. You would be worried about Mini Transji thing going public. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like you should be worried. You should be worried.
My heart will go on, plays, I'll never let go, Jeffy.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 100 goodies, Jabs. How are you doing today? Okay, so you think only trying to keep 50% of ownership would be a good way to stop yourself from getting shit on. But yeah, here's the problem. If one of your main investors sell, and then you lose that 50%, you're fucked. Not only that, even if you don't have, if you have less, if you have more than 50% of control, it doesn't stop you from getting fucked. You know why? Because investors can sue you if they can argue in court that the decisions you are making is not in the best interest of the shareholders. How fucked is that, huh? That's the thing. It's the main reason why Twitter was forced to sell to Elon. Because if they refused the offer, the shareholders could have sued Twitter. Because they say they're trying to tank their own company. So everything is not made in the best interest of investors. People can't get sued for that. Isn't that crazy? Once again, that's why you should not go public ever with your company. Well, good thing you get to rest now, Jabs. Well, get comfortable, we're just talking today. Yeah, I know, Delta. We're nice to zombies here. As long as they're not trying to eat our brains. Yeah. And if Twitter said no, those investors would have sued them. So this was a no-win situation. Elon played it perfectly. They... Oh my god. You know why I think Elon bought Twitter? It's not for free speech. It's just so he can keep manipulating the market without getting banned over it. Elon tweets about the company, the stock goes up because people love speculating on whatever Daddy Elon says. It's insane how much fucking impact he has on the stock market, and nobody's calling him out for it. Yeah, he talks about one weird shitcoins, and now it's worth 500% more. With all the fucking speculation. How are you doing, Lansai? Good to see you. But yeah, long story short, if you make a company, keep it private. You'll struggle a bit more than if you went in with an investor's money. But it's a poisoned apple. Don't do it. Be like the Arizona tea guys. They make a healthy profit every year. And their tea is still 99 cents. That's the power of a privately owned company. Yeah, weekends are great for that, Lunsai. I do love me some weekends. It's a figurative iceberg, Jav. We're not gonna go sink to the bottom of the ocean. At least I don't think so. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Devin. Well, it's more like fuck stock ownership. It's all a bit scam. It's all a bit scam. It's like one big casino where people are playing with people's lives instead of casino chips. It's like a game of roulette, but the little white ball is a human head, ever spinning. That's a ghastly mental image, I'm sorry. What do you mean, Delta? Oh, you mean the Elon thing? Yeah. As I said, my theory is he just wants to pander to his audience and keep shilling crypto bullshit without any people telling him to stop. Anyway. Ooh, boy. We have a lot of weird topics on this channel, don't we? We get up to a lot of shenanigans. Okay, let's talk about something a little bit more happy, right? Right, happy topic, happy topic. Oh yeah, Overwatch. Overwatch 2 beta. Anybody played it? I want your thoughts on it. Because I did not touch it. But once again, it's Blizzard. And, you know, Blizzard yucky. They're working on it. I hope the Microsoft acquisition will get them to clean house because Blizzard is a very problematic company. It's bad. It's real bad. So how is Overwatch 2? Is making the game 5-on-5 good shakeup? Or is it the worst thing ever invented? Hey, I'm trying, Delta, I'm trying. You saw a guy fall over on Thursday. Oh yeah, you subscribe to my thing where people getting hurt is funny somehow. Yeah, that's my dark side. I'm sorry. I like to watch fail compilations for a reason, after all. Alright, so what's different in Overwatch 2? It's 5-on-5. And I think they changed a few abilities for some of the heroes. But now it feels like tanks are much tankier. But I see a lot of support players complaining that the role is now much more brain dead and ineffective. So I feel like they still have a lot of kinks to iron out. I wonder if this will revive the esport meta for Overwatch. Because what I don't understand, what's really fucking me up with this whole Overwatch 2 bullshit is yeah, I heard that was a problem, Crasher. I'm not too familiar on it. But yeah, the thing that bothers me with the Overwatch 2 bullshit is that it's the same game. Why not just update the first Overwatch? Instead of making a new one called Overwatch 2, which is basically the same game. Because what you're doing right now is you're splitting the player base. Not everyone's gonna switch to the second one. And you're gonna have the two people in two different ecosystems. And trying to keep updating the first game is gonna become more and more impossible. And you're gonna lose a lot of goodwill over it. And yeah, I know, some people will complain if you shut down or if you upgrade Overwatch to Overwatch 2. But keeping the old one active feels kind of a mistake to me. Feels like they're shooting themselves in the foot. Am I alone in that hot take? Yeah, I think they are, Delta. I'm not sure if it's coming out anytime soon, though. I mean, they will, but because they've done it in such a half-assed way. If they announced the update and shut down Overwatch when the second one came out, people would bitch. But at least things would stabilize. Now they're just gonna have to do it in a year, like you say, Crasher. And it's gonna be a very bad PR move for them. It's all about optics. It's like, yeah, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but things change. And it's okay. Don't pretend you're gonna keep Overwatch 1 open and then close it down after a while. Oh yeah, E3's dead, I forgot about that. What a shame. E3 was fun. I always liked hearing all those reporters coming back with all their tech news about it every time. Now everything's separated into different publishers making their own mini events. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's so decentralized. It's a little bit hard to keep up. Or maybe I'm just getting old. That's probably it. Jeffy old. Jeffy old. Well, I think it is. I mean, it's canceled this year. But yeah, it's like, it's been stumbling for a few years now. So people are assuming it's its first death knell. But I guess we'll see. Maybe they'll be able to revive their cyber Jesus. But I'm not keeping hope for it. It's been stumbling for a few years already. So don't get your hopes up. Don't get your hopes up. Okay. So I guess we'll see. They're working on a new Diablo game as well. I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, I don't count the mobile one as a game. But Eternal doesn't count to me. I don't have high hopes for it. It's probably going to be terrible. But then again, who knows, right? I have been surprised in the past. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, what else? If you guys have any topics you want to discuss, be sure to let me know. I'm going over what I want to talk about, but I'm always open to other discussions. As long as it fits with the vibe of the stream, right? Yeah, that's the point I was making earlier, Crasher. It's like the big game devs are now making their own events. So E3 has fallen to the wayside. I guess it works better for the companies because they get to announce shit on their own terms without having to rush to be ready for the announcements on E3's time. I can imagine the amounts of sleepless nights a lot of game devs had to make their demo available for E3 was probably pretty severe. We're talking about the E3 and its impending death formula. I mean, that was the whole point of the stream today, Merritt. We're just talking. We might watch some YouTube iceberg videos on YouTube, but it doesn't stop us from talking about icebergs in the captain's quarters right now. Yeah, the indie game companies, they're the big losers of this whole E3 death thing, right? Because they don't have the reach to advertise their games in an E3 fashion anymore. So they have to try to piggyback off big game devs shows to make their voices heard. So they're gonna be struggling in the next few years about that. I feel like the future of games is indie. So that's where it is. Because big companies don't take risks anymore. Yeah, I heard about that. G4's back on TV. Oh my god. I haven't really watched it because I don't watch TV anymore. Can anybody tell me how it is now? Well, I mean, here's the thing, Cypher. They might still be as good as they were before, but people have built them up in their minds over the years. So they can never reach the same heights that people perceive them to have been at. Rose-tinted glasses is what I think it is. Alright, for those of you who were too young for G4, G4 was a TV channel, and it was all about tech and gaming. Back in a time where the internet was not the central hub it was. And a lot of people have good memories about it. Yeah, indie games are made with passion. Big companies' games are made for profit. That's the problem. A game made for profit will never be as good as a game made for passion. Because it takes risks to make a good game. You can't always rehash the same thing over and over again and expect it to stick. Call of Duty. And sorry, I needed to cough. And you have to take risks. Yeah, that means sometimes your indie game is gonna crash and burn. But you have to try new things. Otherwise the whole medium dies. It's not great, mostly pushing a podcast style of attack on the show. Well, I mean, they're trying to adapt, I get, Crusher, but they're probably not doing it correctly. Oh yeah, FIFA. Or the hockey games. Oh my goodness. Sometimes I feel like they don't even try to hide it's the same game every year. Didn't they catch like one of the FIFA games with code from the last year in it? Or something weird like that. That would not even surprise me. Well, I mean, it's a sport. No, I was not talking about that, Delta. Yeah, I mean, I will admit, Aspino, that they're kinda stuck. Because it's a game about football/soccer. How different can you make it every year? But then again, do you really have to release it every year? Do you have to? I'm sure the older games are still viable, it's just that it doesn't have the updated roster. Or it could have now because you have DLC. You can just make a patch for it. Alright, thank you, Fluffy Fox. I appreciate the kind words. One button. The world can always use more positivity. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, they are Shiguma, but... Yeah, I mean, okay. You know what would be the more sensible way of making the sports game? You make one, and you make it as a game as a service type of thing, right? So you update it, year over year. You make expansions, you update the roster. And you offer legacy options so you can play with older rosters if you want to. So it's just iterative, instead of being always replaced by a new full-priced title every year. Where it's like, oh, we've made the kicking physics 1% better. Give us $90 now, okay, thanks. No, it's not cheaper, Crasher, it just makes them more money. DLC is costing less. Because they can't make a full-price DLC that's called a whole new game. But it's basically what sports games are nowadays. It's full-priced DLC, masquerading as a full game. So I think they could just make it as a, you know, a game as a service kind of thing, Espino. And the players would be much more happy. Because they could just stay subscribed to the service and get updated rosters updated engines, and all the options, all their records, all their statistics in one game, right? Because having to always rebuy the same thing over and over and having to start over all the time is fucking exhausting. I don't know why people always buy them. It's like, you bought one. Yeah, it's not the updated roster, but who the fuck gives a shit? Yeah, exactly, Devin. And also, they now have a system where you can fake an injury. So if they touch you and you press a certain button combo, you fall down like you're hurt, but you're not. Yeah, it's like you get a football player, you just go boop, and they fall down. Oh my god, I'm dead, I'm dying. Oh, the injuries are too severe for my continuing existence on this planet. And the guy at the top is like, dude, I touched your shoulder in my ear, I don't like it, that's too kinky.
So the movie about the guy who created the atomic bomb, and the live-action Barbie movie are coming out on the same day. What if the first movie bombs at the box office?
It's a possibility, of course. It's always a possibility. But who the bit is? You fucking meme lord. I think you can dive on Pro Evolution Soccer, TBH. I did not know that was a thing. Oh my god, that's hilarious. They made it into an actual mechanic. On that cancelled game called Reset where you're piloting a robot. I don't remember that game, no. Can't say I do, Delta, sorry. Well, I mean, that was good casting, wasn't it, Gabs? She'll do a good job with it. She's a good actress. I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with that movie. They could take it a lot of places. Not sure why you decided to quote this one, Aspino, but okay. It's a good song, Shiguma. I know the one you're referencing. Jiffy Old. Jiffy Old. Oh my goodness. Well, I say it a lot, Aspino. I'm surprised you're quoting it now. That's all. That's all. Alright, so let's see. What else can we talk about? Oh yeah. Did you guys see that meltdown on Twitter? When a person, a Vtuber, put a rule in their chat that went like, don't use emotes in my chat that are not mine or my friends, or you'll get banned. And I was like, what? No, I mean, seeing all the cute emotes is half of the fun of streaming. Why would you ban people for using emotes that are not your own or your friends'? That sounds so fucking insecure. It's like, people are coming into your stream to watch you, and sometimes they like to use emotes that they own. It's not someone advertising that other streamer. They're just using the emote because they like the look of it. Like that DMD person in the chat. Oh, come back, hand. Come back, come back, come back. My tracking went bye-bye. Yeah, like the DM person in the chat that just came in. Never saw that emote before. I'm not gonna ban them because they're using someone else's emote in my chat. Because that's not how you get a viewership. No, you have to be open to things. And you have to not see everything as competition. Because that's not healthy. You're going to burn your shit out if you keep doing it. But yes, welcome DM, sorry. I hope you're okay with me using you as an example for my topic. We're talking about people bitching about emotes. Alright, do you mind answering a little question for me, DM? How did you find me? Was I on your recommended tab? I'm always curious to see how people stumble on my poor green ass, so to speak. I'm being figurative, of course. Yeah, exactly, Formula. No, I don't think it's that, Shiguma. I think it's like some people get so much stuck in their heads that everything gets seen as competition. It's like, it's taboo to talk about other streamers in someone's chat. And I'll admit, if it's not on topic, it's kind of weird, man. Kind of weird. It's like, you're talking about bunnies and then someone goes, well, I just came in from watching a robot VTuber called 123 or something. Like, people are going like, huh? It can feel a little bit like they're advertising. So I could see them seeing that in that way. Just going down the list of VTuber stuff. Oh, so you are using the VTuber tag. Nice. I was curious to see how many people find people by using the VTuber tag. Yeah, that's a good question, Ospino. That's a very good question. Would they see raids as advertisement? I would imagine, yeah. Or they have like selective hearing about that subject. Well, okay. There are some edge cases, Crasher. You do have a point. You do have a point. It's like if someone comes in, they never interact with anything in the chat, and they just keep pasting walls of other people's emotes. Or someone, okay, here's a scenario where I can feel like that would be seen as advertising. A streamer comes into your chat, and the only thing they use all the time, and they really go ham on it, they post a lot of their own emotes all of the time in your chat. Like, you're gonna be talking about space, and then they're gonna space like 20 emotes of theirs in a big cloud on your chat. And you're like, okay, settle down, buddy, calm down. Or, you know, it's like, at the end of the day, I guess the bottom line is, you make your rules. So if that person wants to have that rule in their chat, it's theirs to make. But it won't stop us from commenting on it. Because they're not helping themselves by doing that. Because they come across as very aggressive. Oh, does he do that, Crusher? I wasn't aware. Yeah, that's kinda sus. Also, yeah, Devin, you do have a good point. Someone that goes into the chat of someone and goes, alright, streamer, I'm gonna go watch that other streamer now because they just went live. Bye! That's also like, okay. That feels a little bit weird, I'll be honest. Feels a little bit rude, is what it is, I think. Yeah. Yeah. That's a big problem, DM. I'm also a victim of it. I've been trying to upload my VODs to my YouTube channel archive, but I've been not good about it. I need to pick that shit up again. But it's difficult because it takes so long to upload. So I need to start doing that again. Because Twitch only keeps it for 60 days if you have Nitro. I mean, not Nitro, fuck, what's it called? What's the Twitch service called? Prime, Twitch Prime. Fuck, I'm losing it. But yeah, Twitch is really bad about discovery. Really bad. The recommended tab is inconsistent. And it's also very difficult to find new streamers. Because most people tend to focus on the bigger streamers already. So it's a self-fulfilling circle. The bigger streamers get bigger, and the smaller streamers get pushed even further below the line. Yeah, I heard Formula, but who was using the French feature? I wasn't. Felt like a bit of an antiquated Notion. Hey, Det, what's up? Oh, you were using it. Alright, that's perfect. We get to ask you questions about it then. What did you use it for, Det? Did you use it to go hang out with some of your friends that were watching a specific streamer? Was that it? Because I know you can't see what they're watching or something. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them for banning that person, Kame, because self-advertisement in someone else's chat is incredibly rude. It's like they're literally going into that person's chat and going, I don't think you deserve the attention, go watch that other person instead. That's kind of what they're saying, huh? At least that's the vibe I'm getting from it. Okay, so you used it as a way to hang out and chat with other friends. Okay, that's fair. I guess that could be a valid use of it. And it's not hurting anyone by being there, right? So removing it is kind of a waste of time. But then again, when did Twitch ever do something for the benefit of people? Everything seems profit-oriented these days. So if they do end up reducing the partner's profit margin, if they remove exclusivity, that means we might get to start streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. But that could be a W for us. Oh, he said he's trying to get bigger. That's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. Let's save your VODs as highlights. I mean, yeah, you could. But I don't feel like, I mean, doing that is kind of diluting what highlights should be on Twitch, right? Because people already don't watch the highlights. They don't even know it exists most of the time. So I feel like streamers only use highlights to cut part of their stream for easier editing on their end. At least that's what I use it for. But yeah. And I also don't trust Twitch to keep that highlight thing forever. One of these days they're gonna go, we're gonna stop doing it. Sorry, you're gonna lose all your content. So that's why uploading it to YouTube is a good idea. Because stream content on Twitch is not permanent. You only grow when you're streaming. And people don't normally watch VODs. Not in any meaningful numbers. So that means if you want to grow on Twitch, you have to do everything but Twitch and the sidelines. And Twitch. So you make YouTube content, you make TikTok, you make Instagram posts, you make Twitter posts. And you bring everything into your Twitch presence. It's a slog. But we all gotta do it. Because nobody's going into the game channel, the game listing, and scrolling for 5 minutes to get to your 20 viewer stream. They don't. And if you have less than that, then it gets even worse. So, you know, it's not easy. I started streaming on Twitch in older projects of mine back in 2010. And back then you could only stream and get huge. You only had to show up. My older project got like 30 average viewer and I was barely doing anything. And now, when I restarted and made my new project in 2018, things were much different. And things are even more different now than they were when I started. There's way more streamers now. And you don't grow by only streaming. But yeah, Twitch has a big communication problem. And I feel like their interface is not helping. It's like, they recommend you streamers sometimes. Oh yeah, I did, Devin. It was a project in another language. I'm a native French speaker, so I was doing French content for about 8 years. Yep, that's right, Crusher. You are forced to network these days. But not only that, you're forced to advertise yourself on other platforms. Because it's all about brand awareness. People have to see you multiple times before they decide to follow you and become a fan of you. So you have to pop up everywhere over and over again for them to go, huh, maybe I'll go check them out. That's how it works now. And if you're not ready to do that kind of work, you're not gonna get the best results. And of course, as all things with show business, which content creation is, your mileage may vary. Some people only stream on Twitch, and they got gigantic in like a month. Like there are some VTubers that did not even debut yet, and they're doing some unofficial streams, and they have like 300 people in their chat already. The internet is weird. It's algorithmic in nature nowadays. And sometimes the algorithm gets stuck on someone. And if you win in such a way at the algorithm game, and you have a very good type of content, and you're very talented, you can basically blow up. But that does not happen often. So don't count on that as your growth strategy. Yeah, they need someone that specializes in UIs to sit down and take a good hard look at it, DM. Because if YouTube picks up the slack and starts actually focusing on their streaming platform, YouTube Gaming, Twitch is fucking toast. Because I've told you, the numbers of people watching Twitch streams at any given moment is tiny compared to people on YouTube. And it's depressing when you realize, I've looked at the stats. I've talked about it a little bit earlier in the stream, you were not there yet, DM, but 30% of all Twitch viewers are currently watching HQC right now. So, viewership on Twitch is heavily top heavy. Alright, you go have a good rest of your day, Delta. Have an amazing weekend, okay? So, yeah, they're very slow at it, but once they start putting good features on YouTube Gaming, Twitch is in trouble. Because YouTube has a gigantic viewership that dwarfs Twitch's. But the problem is that they're not watching streaming content on YouTube yet. If YouTube can find a way to make these people watch streaming content as much as they watch normal long-form content, then Twitch is fucking toast. Twitch is fucked. And I don't know much about Facebook Gaming. I'm not sure it's relevant. Do you guys agree with me or not? Do you even watch Facebook Gaming? I don't. I tried to go watch some Facebook streams yesterday. Took me 30 fucking minutes to find where the fucking game streams were. That's not good. That's not a good sign. You think Twitch is bad with their UI? Well, you haven't seen Facebook Gaming's UI. Exactly that. Exactly. Yep. And that was like more than Twitch's entire viewership, Crasher. That was more than Twitch's entire viewership. Twitch has about 1 million people watching it at any point in time. Race, you think, huh? But before I go, are you gonna be on Monday now and next week? Yeah, Monday. I'm starting this Monday. So I'll be live this Monday. Yep. Little change of the schedule. So I'm gonna be back to Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. And Saturday mornings at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. So more Jeffy. Yeah. Or, yeah. You be the judge. No, this is so far that I feel I can interact with. Yeah. Yeah. If they can fix their Twitch, their chat interface, and the other problems I have with the platform, YouTube is a big contender. So that's why I'm very tempted to start multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube. Because my YouTube viewership is nowhere near my Twitch one. I'm almost at 4,000 followers on Twitch, but I'm at like, what, 500 on YouTube. Not even close. You have a good point, Cypher. Also, hi, Cypher. Moderation tools. I hear they're a little bit antiquated. I mean, they've made good strides. Now the chat delay on YouTube is almost the same as Twitch. So that's an improvement. Because that used to be a problem when I tried streaming on YouTube a few times. It was kind of weird. But yeah. Of course, Delta. Thanks for asking about the schedule. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend, okay? Yeah. It's like... I wish you could time out people on YouTube. That would be a great addition. Because sometimes people act like douchebags, but you know they don't mean it. So just a little flick. Sometimes to remind them that they need to behave. Is all you need. And they turn into a lovely community member afterwards. But if you just straight ban them, they just go, fuck this, and they leave. Oh, you can? Okay then, I guess that's better than I thought, Elspino. You watch a lot of YouTube gaming streams, Elspino. If so, I would like to ask you a few questions about it if you don't mind. That question, that goes for the same. Anybody in the chat watches YouTube gaming? I would like to ask you a few questions, if that is the case. If that's okay, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find the distinction of it because when you go on YouTube, they kind of really hide those live streams, don't they? The only way I know someone is live is if I look at the little sidebar. If it has a little red button on the next to their name, it means they're live streaming. That's not really very visible, is it? Oh yeah, I remember that. Story time. Story time. Where is the lettuce? In your pants, Dad. It's in your pants. Okay, story time. When I started doing full-time content creation last year, I made my Monday streams YouTube exclusive. And I tried raiding someone that was playing Dead by Daylight, which was the game I was playing on that specific stream, okay? And then we said, alright, so the only way we can raid someone on YouTube is if you copy the link in the chat and we all hop over there unofficially at the end, right? So I do that. I find someone that looks like they might be friendly. And we all hop into the chat and go like, Alien Raid, Alien Raid. And they look at the chat. And they just keep playing like nothing happened. They did not even acknowledge it. Not even once, not even a hi. Nothing. And they just keep talking to their regulars in the chat. Like we were invisible. So the vibe I was getting was that they thought we were trolling them. Like they thought we were a bunch of trolls coming in to shit on him. So his action was just like, let's ignore it, they'll go away. And we did. We left. That was fucking weird. Hey, Counter, what's up? Greetings and salutations to you as well. Ooh. No, that's a good idea actually, Crasher. That's a good idea. I wish you could shadow ban people from your chat. That way they just keep yelling into the void. instead of making a new account and shitting on you again. That would be lovely. Ah, I can see it now. You listen, and then all you hear is this. Ah! Pay attention to me! Ah! Ah! Venus! Ha 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 ha! Venus! Yep. That would be great. You can't even hear them, they're just yelling to the void. I like having Apple products or Samsung. Both are good, but you all sorts of stuff made to work along with Apple products. Yeah. The fact a lot of cool little things get made for Twitch but not YouTube is also not helping. But they're working on it. I see a lot of Twitch extensions work for YouTube now, and vice versa. Like those special emotes people get in their chat. Also now works on YouTube chat as well. The plugin is compatible with both of them. Also, the timeout is 500 seconds. Yeah, on Twitch you can set how long it is. Pro tip for my poor gamers out there, don't drop your phone on your face, it hurts. Did you do the thing where you're sitting, you're on your back in your bed and you're watching your phone on top of, it's in your hand, floating in the air because you're holding it, then you drop it and it falls on your face? Because I've done that. It fucking sucks. That's why when I look at my phone, I'm in bed but on my side. So if I drop it, it just falls on my pillow. Safety tips with Jeffy. You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, no shit, tablets are fucking huge these days. I don't want to read an obituary in the news. Because you killed yourself by dropping your fucking gigantic tablet on your face. I would be sad, man. Also, it would be a really embarrassing way to go, dude. Ugh. Alright, nice to meet you, DM. I hope you found this conversation enlightening. So you have a lovely rest of your weekend, okay? Thanks for dropping by. Good luck on your Twitch adventures. You dropped your phone on your groin once. Well, that's a new one. I can see that being a thing that happens. If you're like on your couch, you have the phone in front of you and then you drop it and then it bounces in a weird funny way and goes into the family jewels. Not good. I've watched a lot of failed videos of humans getting hit in that region, and it makes me think that it would not be an enjoyable experience. Alright, so I think I covered all the topics I wanted to talk about. Should we start actually looking at some YouTube icebergs? Or do you guys have anything else you want to talk about? No, I'm always open to topics of discussion. But if you don't have any, it's fine too. I can relate. Alright, so let me go take a look. Oh yeah, there's no more icebergs, they're all dead by now. Let us watch the icebergs. Oh my god, Devin. That was horrifying. That's the agent level of puns. Dangerous levels even. Alright, thanks thank you so much, Duma. I appreciate the lurk. And thank you for dropping by. I hope you found this enjoyable. Alright, let's see here. Iceberg. Explained. Let's take a look. There has to be something we can watch here. Yeah, I did not have that many subjects to talk about today, and I still managed to almost make 3 hours of content out of it. That's pretty good, because that means I can even, I can go to the VOD afterwards and make some content for YouTube out of it. Alright, let's take a look. So, the rabbit hole iceberg explained. That's kind of meta. Because I always think rabbit hole and icebergs are related. Ah, that's sweet. Thank you, Shigu. I appreciate it. Disturbing Disney iceberg. NSFW. No, I'm not clicking that. The Nico Kado avocado. That's just depressing. Maybe the Disney iceberg. Or am I gonna get yeeted into outer space if I watch this? Like, the mouse lawyers are gonna knock on my door and kick it down. And go, freeze, motherfucker. Alright, look what I meant. The only way you can see if your subscribed channels are streaming is that little tiny ass little red dot. Right here. Hold on. What is Markiplier streaming? Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Custom Night Revisited. So that means he's out of the hospital. Oh, that's good. I hope he's doing well.
Yeah! Woo!
I'm happy for him. I got a bit worried when he was in the hospital again.
Funtime Foxy is the bane of my existence every single time. I'm fine.
Good on you, dude. Also, I couldn't keep up with that chat. Did you see it? It was like... Alright. You know what? Fuck it. Let's watch the Disney iceberg. Oh god, 27 minutes. What? What the... 27 minutes? How much content is there about Disney in the first place? Okay then, I mean, let's... Alright, I got my water. Hope everybody's comfy, because this seems like a big one. Small iceberg. Get out of there with that. That's not a small iceberg. That's a colossal one. Yeah, I'm gonna make so many enemies today. Social. Well, that's the meta. It's watch time now, is it? So it's all about those chapters, huh? I'm gonna have to start doing that with my content. I have not been doing it.
This Disney DVD is enhanced with Disney's Fast Play. Your movie and a selection of bonus features will begin automatically. To bypass Fast Play, select the main menu button at any time.
I did not sign up for creepy bullshit. Or maybe I did. Are you okay, Mickey?
This giant mega company has seen a lot in its 98 years of operation, from fatal tragic accidents in its resorts, occult hidden messages in their media, to creepy urban legends. This is the Disney iceberg explained. Hello everyone, Book of Alice here. Today we are going over this Disney Channel iceberg that I found underneath my bed. Thanks for getting me to 70,000 subscribers, by the way. It's really cool, and I honestly can't believe it. I just stare at the number and I'm like, damn, okay, thanks Jesus. Anyways, if you enjoy long form content like this, consider subscribing, leaving a comment, liking, and following me on Twitter or Instagram.
Yeah, people don't realize how important all of these things are for your content to actually be shown to people. It's not only watching it. You have to like it. You have to comment on it. You have to watch it for a long enough time for the YouTube algorithm to go, this content is worthy. Otherwise, you're going to the shadow realm, Jimbo.
Instagram where I post random things. But without further ado, let's get into this creepy / interesting ass iceberg. Use me as background noise for all I care.
Oh yeah, they're
That's usually what I
old.
do. Okay, let's go.
The Rescuers Recall.
The Rescuers is a 1977 American animated musical comedy produced by Walt Disney Productions and first released on June 22nd, 1977, the 23rd film in the Disney animated canon. The film is about the Rescue Aid Society, an international mouse organization headquartered in New York City and shadowing the United Nations.
Let me guess. They recall it because it's racist, right? I know Disney has problems with that.
Dedicated to helping abduction victims around the world at large. Now, here's the interesting part about it. On January 8, 1999, 3 days after the film's second release on home video, the Walt Disney Company announced a recall of about 3.4 million copies of the videotapes because there was an inappropriate image in one of the film's background sills. The image in question is a blurry image of a topless woman that appears in 2 out of the film's more than 110,000 frames.
Why would... Okay, disgruntled animator. Maybe? Or someone trying to go, they won't notice. Nah, it's 2 frames. Nobody's going to notice. People notice. People fucking notice. They always notice. The less you try to make a fuss about it, the more people are going to notice. It's the Streisand effect. It's a thing. Look it up.
The image appears twice in non-consecutive frames during the scene in which Miss Bianca and Bernard are flying on Orville's back through New York City. The 2 images could not be seen in ordinary viewing because the films run too fast, at 29.97 frames per second on video. A Disney spokeswoman said that the image and the rescuers were placed in the film during production, but she declined to say why or who placed them. The company said that the aim of the recall was to keep its promises to the families that they can trust and rely on the Disney brand to provide the best in family entertainment.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Acknowledging it makes it worse because now everybody's gonna go frame by frame on all your products trying to find the penises and vaginas. You don't want that. You don't fucking want that.
Susie Q. Susie Q is a
Or maybe you do, but... You know, maybe you're just a pervert.
1996 movie that originally aired on the channel Super RTL, followed by Disney Channel airing it in the United States frequently in the mid-1990s.
No, there's a time and a place for everything, really.
And Shelley Long starred in it. The movie told the story of a teenager dying with her boyfriend, Bentley Mitchum, on her way to their winter formal back in the mid-1950s, and coming back to her old house about 40 years later in order to help her parents avoid being kicked out of their trailer park home. Later, Zach moves into Susie's old house, but he's the only one who's able to see Susie. Disney Channel stopped showing the movie later in the new millennium. It was giving a TVG rating, and it was already...
Why? Because Susie's dead. It's like the children are all traumatized. I don't get it.
Cut for some profanity, but not all of it, when it primarily aired on the Disney Channel. I guess that's why it's on this iceberg or something.
I mean, that's the thing, Cypher. This is really close to Dead by Daylight's tagline, which is death is not an escape. It basically means the same thing, right? One is a little bit more cheery than the other.
Gigantic. Gigantic was a planned computer animated musical comedy film produced by Walt Disney Animation Studios, revealed during the 2015 D23. And
Hold on. Okay, I thought there was a spelling error in this one. Sorry, my bad.
Gigantic was a planned computer-animated musical comedy film produced by Walt Disney Animation Studios, revealed during the 2015 D23, and distributed by Walt Disney Studios Motion Pictures. Nathan Grano and Meg LaFau were set to direct it, and it was initially scheduled to be the 59th animated feature film in the Disney animated canon, following the release of Frozen 2 in November 2019. On October 10, 2017, Disney announced that the project had been cancelled and would be replaced with Raya and the Last Dragon. Set in Spain during the Age of Exploration, the film follows Jack as he discovers a world of giants hidden within the clouds. Jack befriends the female giant, Enma, who's 11 years old, 60 feet tall, fiery, feisty, and out of control, and treats him like a living doll. Grino said, meanwhile, the antagonist, storm giants, stand at 120 feet. Before we move on to the next layer, this video...
Okay, why was this cancelled? I would have loved to see Jack Black get ragdolled by a gigantic person. That would have been hilarious. And Jack Black is a gem. Alright, hold on, I'm skipping the ad.
And send a message to your today. That link you better hope for .avi.
So you did not enjoy Raya. I never watched it, so I cannot have an opinion on it. I mean, I could, but that would make me internet tryhard. Jack Black as a kid's doll. It's possible. It's possible. Jack Black has done a lot of movies.
SuicideMouse.avi. Suicide.
That's an edgy internet creepypasta, isn't it? Like, oh my god, it's Sonic.exe. Whoa, spooky. He murders you if you play it. Watch out for Jeffy.exe. It's much worse.
Mouse, also known as SuicideMouse.avi, is a black and white cartoon featuring a looped animation of the Disney character Mickey Mouse, walking along with several buildings accompanied by eerie piano music. The video cuts to black for several minutes and returns with distorted video and loud screaming audio at the end. The video was uploaded by YouTuber Nick1 on November 25th, 2009, that came with a long story about a fabricated backstory about the animation. The description gives out information and other details about the animation. Nick1 started off with a question, stating, "So, do any of you remember those Mickey Mouse cartoons from the 1930s? The animated footage then begins with Mickey walking with the Morse expression, however, with no soundtrack, but soon things begin to change. Sound starts to play in the background. It begins with rhythmic tapping, then what the source describes as a murmur starts playing. It wasn't a language, but more like a gurgled cry."
You're right, Jemmy. Wow, this one's not much of a hidden iceberg. Everybody knows that Disney had a lot of racist problems in its past, and sometimes it's present.
Racism accusations. Over the years, many scholars, film critics, and parent groups have been critical of Disney for the stereotypical portrayal of non-white characters. Examples cited include the short Mickey's Melodrama, where Mickey dresses up in blackface, the stereotypical Blackbird in the short Who Killed Cock Robin, the movie Fantasia, where it depicts a black woman being the servant to the white woman, not to mention the exaggerated features and all that, the red-faced Indians in the Peter Pan movie, and also the Semais twins from the
my goodness
movie. I mean, we could go on forever with this
my
list, but I
goodness.
guess I'll stop here. Also,
No,
there
we
were
get
lots
it.
of rumors stating that Walt
We get it. Please, no more.
Disney himself was anti-Semitic.
Welcome back, Mr. Disney.
Are the Jews gone yet?
No.
Put me back in.
Tinker
Hey, Knight, what's up?
Tinkerbell Disney intro Mandela effect. Do you guys remember the intro for Disney films that depicts Tinkerbell writing out the logo and then tapping her wand at the end?
Yeah? What about it?
Well, that supposedly has happened before, but not in the way everyone has remembered. Here's an example of what it looked like. The Disney Castle logo would appear while Tinkerbell taps her wand over the letter I, pausing a while and shoots off to the right. Some people believe that they may have confused it with the intro for the opening DVD screen, but others stand their ground in what they remember. What do you guys think? Deadly Force.
I don't know.
Deadly Force is the 8th televised episode of Gargoyle.
Ooh, Gargoyles. I loved that show as a kid. That was so fucking good. I was a big fan of it.
The 8th episode of season 1, and it's
Oh yeah, the one where they accidentally shoot the human. Yeah, that was all about gun safety, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember that one. Oh my god, that was fucked up.
arguably the show's most controversial episode. In the airing, Broadway accidentally shoots Elisa with her gun. Racked with guilt, he takes her to the hospital and then goes off to take his frustrations out on criminals he can find. When the others hear, they assume it was the work of a gangster Elisa was investigating and set out to take him down permanently using quote-unquote deadly force. I guess that's the main reason this is so controversial.
Also, a gun making sparks when you crush it does not feel realistic to me, but still. Hey, friend, what's up? How are you doing today? How's your Saturday? NSFW Industrial Complex. Wait, what?
Not safe for work industrial complex. I think this is just referring to the massive amount of not safe for work arts of Disney characters.
You know, Rule 34 is a thing, right? If it exists, someone's probably doing things themselves to it. Or someone probably made pictures of it that you'd rather not exist.
Some people have probably made some serious bank off this art. Artists have tons.
Alright, how confused were you when you woke up then? Also, excuse me, can you not make that face, please? Some people are trying to have a conversation.
Of material to work with as well, from
Thank you.
Zootopia's Thick Ass Bunny to Mrs. Incredible. Oh hell yeah, brother.
Oh my god.
Arwen. Arwen was a project from Danny Callis, produced to be the spin-off of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. The plot was written by Danny and was to primarily center around the character of Arwen. The series was not picked up by the Disney Channel, although Danny Callis' other spin-offs did. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody was picked up. Rather than focus on the Arwen show, The Sweet Life on Dick featured the adventures of Zack, Cody, London, and Mosby on the SS Tipton, as well as the teen studies at the Seven Seas High. Additionally,
I never watched any of these shows. Not even once. I don't know what it is. It just makes me feel incredibly old.
The new series added the character of Bailey Pickett, who replaced Maddie Fitzpatrick as a series regular. The Black Friday incident. The story reads, the early stages of production on the film Toy Story were a complete nightmare. The production was in a sort of development hell until the infamous Black Friday incident. Disney harassed the then new animation studio Pixar constantly. They were to produce and release the film, and they wanted results as quickly as possible. Disney tried everything to eliminate Pixar's efforts to deviate from the Disney formula, even at times threatening to shut down production. Disney sent notes on revisions that they thought would improve the film, constantly demanding that it needed more edge. In order to achieve this edge, the film became quite a lot darker. Woody became a wildly unlikable character, much angrier and far less comedic than in the final film. Bo Peep's role in the story was far more prevalent, often flirtatious towards the male characters, and is the first to accuse Woody of pushing Buzz out the window. Buzz Lightyear was referred to at this point in the production as Lunar Larry. He was highly reminiscent of an
Lunar
older
Larry,
superhero, talking in a deeper voice, and was even more deluded
Ew.
and ignorant of his surroundings. The other toys were relatively unchanged. The entire reel had a darker undertone.
I don't know about you guys,
Sexual
but
messages.
I kind of want to see what that previous cut would have been like. I'm very curious now. Huh. I wonder if it would have been the same success it was if they went that darker path. Probably not. I know more adult-oriented animations back in the 90s did not have as much pull as they have now. It was much more of a smaller niche type of content back in those days. Lunar Suit Larry. I understood that reference.
Over its many years of operation, Disney has been accused of hiding sexual messages in its media, from strange phallic-like symbols to lewd jokes scattered throughout their films. Y'all think this spells out the word sex? Let me know. Also,
Kinda. That's the thing, right? You have a lot of overworked, underpaid animation specialists, and they'll find ways to let off some steam at your expense sometimes. So it's like a game with them. How much fucking lewd shit can we hide in our animations for fun without getting called out on it? So it becomes very, very obtuse sometimes. This one I'm not sure, I think might be a bit of a reach.
the Tangled cover? Come on. Why are there so many countless examples of this? Cameron Boyce's death. Cameron Boyce was an American actor. He began his career as a child actor, appearing in the 2008 films Mirrors and Eagle Eye, along with the comedy film Grown Ups 2010 and its 2013 sequel. His first starring role was
I have very opinionated on those Adam Sandler movies. I used to be a big fan of him back in the Mr. Deeds days. And then he just went completely off this fucking rocker. But that's a conversation for another time.
Was on the Disney Channel comedy series Jessie, which he's best known for. On July 6, 2019, Boyce was found unresponsive at his Los Angeles home. Authorities were called and he was pronounced dead at the scene. According to a statement made by Boyce's family, Boyce died in his sleep due to a seizure, which was the result of an ongoing medical condition for which he was being treated for. An autopsy was performed, but release of a cause of death was deferred, pending further investigation. On July 9, 2019, Boyce's family confirmed that his death was caused by an epileptic seizure, and that Boyce was previously diagnosed with epilepsy. The autopsy results were released by the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner's coroner on July 30th, 2019.
That's too young,
Cypher
man.
Hunt. This entry is referring to a plan.
Yeah, Click was alright. I tried like a poor little crying person at that movie. It fucking hit me hard. Oh my god. Yeah, some of those things have not aged well. But the overarching theme about, fatherhood and the passage of time really fucking messed with me in a big bad way.
Alex Hirsch, the creator of the show Gravity Falls, came up with, detailing a massive worldwide treasure hunt involving clues to find a statue of Bill Cipher. It was a nice way to end the show, incorporating the audience to say their last farewells to one of their favorite animated series. He ended up hiding the statue in a remote part of Oregon on a lady's property. Here's the video of the woman who ended up finding it.
I mean, hiding things from the internet is a fool's errand. They will always find it. But people are using like sound and flight patterns over the place to find where you are. Like, don't believe you're invulnerable to doxing. People are incredibly smart and will find you.
Screaming warning, she's gonna scream a lot and it's really loud.
Alright, I'm lowering the volume. Thank you for the warning.
There it is! There it is! Oh my god! Oh my god, I found it! Holy oh my god! Okay, sorry, that was really loud. But I found it! Oh my god, guys, I found it! Okay, I gotta take lots of pictures.
It's honestly a topic for a whole nother video on its own.
Yeah,
Living
so...
Smith.
Yeah, you're just talking about it, giving us a little taste and then running away with it. I wanna know what happens with that. Oh yeah, it was intended to be found. You're right. I just thought it was a good way for me to mention that little tidbit of information. But yeah, I guess you're right.
Animal abuse. White Wilderness contains a scene that supposedly depicts a mass lemmings migration and ends with the lemmings leaping to their deaths into the Arctic Ocean. There have been many reports that the Disney film describes this as an actual suicidal action by the lemmings, but the narrator in the film states that the lemmings are likely not attempting suicide, but rather are migrating and upon encountering water, attempt to cross it. If the water they attempt to cross is too wide, they suffer exhaustion and drown. In 1982, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation News.
So that's where that myth about lemmings came from. Huh. Interesting. Hey, Hope, what's up? We're watching the Disney iceberg right now. Come watch with us. Guess we didn't direct any of them, so I remembered one. Huh. That explains a lot. That explains a lot.
Magazine, The Fifth Estate, broadcasted a documentary about animal cruelty in Hollywood, focusing on the film, as well as the television program Wild Kingdom. Bob McCone, the host of the CBC program, found that the lemming scene was filmed at the Bow River near downtown Calgary and not at the Arctic Ocean, as implied by the film. He also found that the lemmings did not voluntarily jump into the river, but were pushed in by a rotating platform installed by the film crew. He also interviewed a lemmings expert who claimed that
What? What the fuck? Are you shitting me? No. Oh my god, what a bunch of fucking assholes.
the particular species of lemmings shown in the film are not known to migrate, much less commit mass suicide.
What the hell?
Broadcast
messed up.
interruptions. On May 1st, 2007, a Comcast head-end replaced the Disney Channel's program Handy Manny with hardcore pornography.
I mean, the name alone could be misused in the same way, though. Maybe people did not think it was... Maybe people thought it was on purpose. But yeah, it's like people always use that thing they call people lemmings because of that. And it's based on a fucking lie. This is fucked up. I was not expecting that amount of fucked upness on my iceberg. We have to clean the iceberg, guys. It's too dirty. Exactly, Devin. Exactly.
For viewers in Lemcorp, New Jersey. Comcast stated it was conducting an investigation into the event's cause, but did not announce findings to the public. On September 7, 2012, the Disney Channel once again was interrupted on the Dish Network, replacing 6 minutes of Lilo and Stitch with a portion of hardcore pornography movie. Weird. That's all I gotta say.
It's not weird. I know what happened. It's... They don't accidentally overwrite shit. Someone wanted to go out with a bang. No pun intended. No pun intended on that one, sorry. Yeah, it's always disgruntled employees. It's always disgruntled employees. Especially with porn. How does porn get up there in the first place? Yeah. Yeah.
World War II propaganda.
Oh god, that one. I was afraid this would come up. Oh my god, yeah. Wartime cartoons on the Disney side were really fucking savage. You have been warned. This is not going to be enjoyable to watch.
Propaganda. Between 1942 and 1945, during World War II, Walt Disney was involved in the production of propaganda films for the U.S. government. The widespread familiarity of Walt Disney's productions benefited the U.S. government in producing pro-American war propaganda in an effort to increase support for the war. The Navy first requested 900,000 feet of film to be ready in 3 months. The purpose of these films was to educate sailors on navigation tactics. This was a shock for Disney, as he was used to creating 28,000 feet of film in a year. As requested by the U.S. government, Walt Disney created a number of anti-German and anti-Japanese films for both soldiers and the U.S. public. He wanted to portray these countries and their leaders as manipulative without
that also falls the Disney racism rabbit hole as well.
Fear's Face, 1942, Education for Death, The Making of Anansi in 1943, and Commando Duck in 1944. In the film The Fear's Face, Donald Duck breaks down after experiencing a nightmare where he has to make do with eating ridiculous Nazi food rations, and experiences a day at a Nazi artillery factory. Coyote Tail.
Oh boy. Oh boy. It was a very popular video hosting site that used websites just to link articles to. It got sold to a porn company, and any site that didn't update their links started showing. Oh. Well, yeah, in that specific instance, yeah, that would be an easy thing to, you know, oopsie. New York Times refused to acknowledge that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough topic. Ospino. Alright, Coyote Tales, Found Lost Media. What is that?
Found Lost Media. Disney's Coyote Tale was a TV movie directed by Robert Heath that aired on the Disney Channel in 1991. It was an extended remake of The Coyote's Lament, an episode of the 1961 anthology series Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color. Until this remake, The Coyote's Lament was the last time that the character Ben Tail the Coyote and his son Ben Tail Jr. would make an animated appearance. While the original Coyote's
Oh, I didn't
Lament
know that,
surfaced,
Ospino.
Coyote
Interesting.
Tales didn't surface for a long time. It hasn't re-aired on the Disney Channel since 1996, and no footage has surfaced on a public website like YouTube. As of August 2nd, 2017, 1 minute of the English version of Coyote Tales has surfaced via a camera recording by Tayo EXE. The tape was finally ripped and released on August 19th, 2017. However, it was taken down by Disney minutes later.
Of course. It's like they're not doing shit with it. But it doesn't matter. You're using it, so they're gonna take it down. Boo! Boo!
On August 20th, he uploaded the full recording on Google Drive. Walt Disney is
Is
frozen.
that true?
This entry is referring to the popular urban legend that Walt
Is that
Disney's
true?
body was cryogenically frozen. The rumor came from a reporter who had supposedly snuck into the hospital where Walter was being treated at. The reporter claimed to have seen Walt Disney's body suspended in a cryogenic metal cylinder. Some claimed that his body was buried underneath Disneyland, specifically under the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, though this was all myth as he was cremated days after his passing, though there's some truth
Or so they say.
to this legend, as Walt Disney did show interest in the concept according to the Cryogenic Society of California, according to the Los Angeles Times.
I mean, of course they would say that. They're a cryo company. They want to toot their own horns, and it's good advertisement if they say, Walt Disney did it. But so far, I don't think I've seen any humans be able to get anywhere near cryo technology. It's a little bit too advanced for your civilization right now. Sorry. You'll get there someday. But not anytime soon.
Jeffrey Jones. For Disney, Jones hosted the 1987 DTV Monster Hits music
Exactly,
special
Crusher.
as the Magic Mirror, and later co-starred with Tyra Banks, Kathy Najimy, and Kevin Pollak in the video storyline portion of the Walt Disney World attraction Extraterrestrials.
They don't look like extraterrestrials on that. They look like freaking Cenobites. For a second, I thought this was a clip from Hellraiser. Are you kidding me right now, Disney? Oh, these are aliens. No, these are Cenobites. Come on. Get with the program.
Alien Encounter, a staple of Tomorrowland from 1995 to 2003. In 2003, Jones pleaded no contest to a charge of soliciting a minor to pose for nude photographs and had a subsequent arrest for failing to update his sex offender status.
Wait, that's the dude. That's the dude from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. He's a pedo. I had no idea. Oh dear Lord. Okay then. That makes the movie a little bit weird to watch
Zoo
now.
Disney is a defunct afternoon block that aired on Disney Channel from 1998 to 2002, aimed mainly at the preteen market. The block was hosted by robot characters called Zoogs and featured original shows like Lizzie McGuire and Even Stevens. And
They're making it blurry because they're scared the Disney mouse lawyers are going to bust down their door.
also music videos and content submitted by viewers, such as high scores for their online games. The main goal of the block was to tie the internet to their television broadcasting, as websites
Oh my god, it's proto VTubers. Help.
began to grow in popularity around this time. Jetix. Jetix was a worldwide children's television programming brand that was owned by the Walt Disney Company. The Jetix brand was used for blocks and channels featuring action and adventure-related programming, with shows like Yin Yang Yo, Power Rangers LSD, Spider-Man the Cartoon Series, Sonic...
Whoa, 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 what? Power Rangers LSD? I mean, I can see the Power Rangers as being some type of thing that makes people think they're on the drug. But what a poor choice of acronyms.
X,
That's
and American
hilarious.
Dragon Jake Long, and much more, of course. Sadly, Disney retired the Jetix brand in 2009, causing it to switch over to Disney XD or Disney Channel in some countries. The last Jetix in the world was in Russia, which switched over to the Disney Channel on August 10th, 2010. Let's move on to The Abyss.
Yeah, no kidding, Devin. The Sword in the Stone Mandela effect. But now we're getting into the really dark shit now, apparently. You've been warned.
The Sword in the Stone Mandela Effect. Disney's The Sword in the Stone is a classic that most people have watched or at least seen the cover art.
Also, this dude's VHS filter for these videos is annoying. The stand line is making me think I'm having a migraine episode.
According to some, the film has changed. The sword in the animated movie was unable to be removed from a large stone, right? It was just stuck there. Well, no, it was actually stuck in an anvil on top of a stone-like structure. Do you guys remember the anvil or a large rough rock? I recall the latter. Let me know in the comments though.
I never watched that movie, so I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure. I don't have an opinion on it. What do you guys think? Anybody watch that movie?
Doofenshmirtz's trans theory. This theory might derive from the fact that he's self-conscious about his high-pitched voice. He was forced to wear dresses during his childhood, and his father named his dog Only Son. Also, I think there's an episode where he says he hates people with beards because he tries growing one forever, and he never could. But this ultimately doesn't mean that he's trans. I mean, like, come on. 65 episode rule. The 65th episode rule was a controversial rule that applies to all Disney television shows, particularly during the 1990s and early 2000s, stating that no show can go beyond 65 episodes, which is 2 or 3 seasons. This rule angered many Disney Channel fans, due to the fact that many shows have been created and cancelled, while they still had a large fan base, such as Lizzie McGuire and even Steven.
Is that because of syndication rules? Because if they make enough shows, you can sell it for syndication, and that's where you make a lot of money. So those big companies don't want that to happen. They want to keep the money for themselves.
After initially ending after 65
So that's a little
episodes,
bit,
February
that's not exactly
22nd,
what you said,
2005,
Mike, but that's interesting.
Impossible was renewed for a 4th season on November 29, 2005, making the show the last subject to this rule. No other shows on the network have been cancelled due to this rule though. Abandoned by Disney. There are a collection of short stories revolving around a new Disney resort that was going to open in Emerald Island,
I think I've read that one on stream once.
North Carolina, called Mowgli's Palace. It
Yes,
allegedly
of course,
drew its
Alfredo.
inspiration from the Jungle
Of course.
Book, Lush and Green. It was meant to showcase the fine attention to detail for which all Disney parks and
Oh my god, that screen shake. I'm gonna puke.
resorts are known for. As Abandoned by Disney would have it, though, the project was fraught
Stop
from
it.
the start, with locals disapproving of everything
Stop
from their
it,
resort
Jeffy,
stay,
getting
due
sick.
to the fact that a major corporation now owned so much of Emerald Island's land.
Is it
Despite
over
the
yet?
outcry, however, the resort was built anyway, and it even got as far as opening up for business, until it abruptly closed with no explanation. Wolf, the protagonist of the story, finds a room in which an
Oh god. Like, oh, you don't like the stand lines. Alright, we got you, fam. Fucking hell, stop it.
An adult-sized Mickey Mouse costume is found, displaying not its usual colors, but rather the inverted colors. He then picks up Donald Duck's head, and out
Let me guess, it has hyper-realistic eyes.
tumbles a real human skull. The life-size costume soon comes to life and stands up, walking towards Wolf in a menacing manner. Go ahead and check out the
Ugh.
story yourself, it's pretty good.
Ugh. Hey, Charizard, what's up?
O.J. Simpson appears
Alright, go get some rest, Emma. You sleep well, okay? You have a wonderful weekend as well.
appearance. White Rabbits Can't Jump is the unaired 99th episode of The Adventures in Wonderland, being pulled from release after the O.J. Simpson arrest in 1994. Though the episode was never aired, it was adapted into a picture book. It is also the only episode that is not available on Disney+. The synopsis reads, "The White Rabbit gets some help from his hero O.J. Simpson prior to his 1994 criminal trial, when the
Whoops. So I'm guessing they're making all those filters on shit and the shakiness because they don't want to get picked up by the automatic algorithm that Disney uses to make their lawsuits happen. That's probably what this is.
Residents of Wonderland hold an annual athletic competition, and he's afraid he will lose.
Yeah, O.J. Simpson. This guy's a fucking bastard. It's like all the proof points to him doing it, having killed his wife, right? And he somehow got acquitted. And now he spent the rest of his life cruelly going around going like, if I did it, I would have done this way. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Would have been fun if it was me, right? It's like he's throwing that fucking line. It's like he's making fun of the justice system. It's like he made a book called If I Did It. Uh-oh. Whoops. I'm not sure, Alspino, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, allegedly. Allegedly. Please don't sue me, O.J. Simpson. Yes, the gloves did not fit, whatever. Whatever. Oh my god.
The Disneyland Ghost. In 2020, videos surfaced depicting ghost-like figures boarding Disneyland rides and attractions. These videos were labeled as the Disneyland ghost sightings.
I've seen those. So, from what I remember, this is the technician testing out the ride to make sure it's working. And he had some guests with him sitting down. Can you see it? He's right over here.
Though this was all put to risk as it was revealed to be a commercial stunt, done on purpose by a Disney marketing employee, spilling the truth out on Twitter.
Yep. I did not know this how the story ends, but I had assumed it was an ARG, ARG.
Victor Salva's Powder. Powder's film production by Disney resulted in a controversy over the choice of writer/director Victor Salva, who had been convicted of molesting a 12-year-old child actor during the production of his previous film, Clown House, released in 1988. Commercial videotapes and magazines containing child pornography were also found in his home. He was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment and released after 15 months. Disney officials reported that they learned
That's way too lenient.
of Salva's crime only after the production of Powder had begun, and stressed that there were no minors on set of the film. When Powder was released, the victim, Nathan Forrest Winters, came forward again in an attempt to get others to boycott the film and protest at Disney's hiring of Salva. Disneyland death. On September 5th, 2003, 22-year-old Marcelo Torres of nearby Gardena, California died after suffering injuries in a derailment of the ride Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, supposedly breaking his ribs and bleeding out to death in front of the other less injured riders for 20 minutes before help arrived.
Oh my goodness. That's fucking horrifying. It's like, is this how I die? In a fucking amusement park ride. Ah. Ugh. Yeah, I don't want to go that way. That would be bad. Because then they would have to play It's a Small World after all at your wedding. I mean, at your funeral. Oh god. That's bad.
The cause of the accident was determined to be improper maintenance and training of Disney cast members. Investigation reports and
That's the thing, Alspino. If you make enough money, the rules don't apply to you anymore. That's life, unfortunately.
Discovery by Torres' attorney confirmed his fatal injuries occurred when the first passenger car collided with the underside of the locomotive. The derailment was in part the result of a mechanical failure.
Hey! You're me boat crasher. You're me boat. Alright. Story time. I hate amusement park rides. Specifically, roller coasters. Because when I was younger, I went into one of these tragic contraptions. And they made me sit through a very, very large man. So, you know those little things that lower to lock in over your thighs, right? And unfortunately, I was like, what, 9 at the time? So when the bar came down, it stopped because of the gigantic man's thighs. And there was about a feet of clearance above my thighs. And the people locking in the ride did not see it. And I was gesturing to them, but they were not seeing it either. So the ride starts. And I start going up and down and up and down. And I'm holding on to dear life because I'm getting lifted up and I'm floating in the air for most of the ride. So if I don't hold on for dear life, I'm flying away. And they're gonna find me dead in a fucking tree somewhere. So yeah, I got out of there. I had back pains for like 2 weeks. And I never rode the roller coaster ever again. And it's been like almost 30 years now. Yeah. So something that happens when you're younger can alter the trajectory of your life. Unfortunately. Oh my god, that was a fucking nightmare. Also, sometimes I have nightmares about it too. But I'll be back in that fucking ride again. Oh, that's awful, Crasher. That's awful in a different way. Yeah, so it's like those UFO rides that you stick against the wall, right? Because I'm not too familiar with what type of ride you mean if it's not that. Hold on. Whistler ones. Can you give me an infographic or something? Because now I'm curious. Because for myself, it was one of those wooden roller coasters, you know? And dear Lord. Dear Lord. Okay, thank you, Crasher. We'll get back to it once you show it. Alright, so that was a little aside. Yeah, children trauma is a real thing. We all have those stories to tell, don't we? A lot of our phobias and things that scares us as adults are normally things that happened to us when we were younger and left their marks on our psyche. Yeah, of course we'd say that else, you know. Goddamn.
Tragic death of Deborah. Deborah Gilstone was an American theme park operator notorious for the way she died. She had worked at Disneyland in order to save up money for college. She worked at the now defunct America Sings attraction, known for having moving walls and animatronics. She was crushed to death. It is believed that she couldn't see the walls move as it was too dark for her to tell, and despite her screams, nobody noticed anything horrific because the audience couldn't see her and believed her screams were part of the attraction's audio.
Oh my god, that's fucking creepy.
Guests in the adjacent theater notified the operators, but by the time the guests and operators got to her, it was too late. Prior to America Sings, she had graduated high school in 1974 in Orange County.
Oh my god,
that
that's
was
awful.
the Disney Channel iceberg, guys. Thank you so much for watching all the way to
Yeah, it's like you didn't crush the one thinks anything's wrong because, oh, it's part of the show. Oh fuck, that's scary. That's the worst one yet. Oh boy. Oh my god. What the fuck? Ooh. Oh my goodness. Alright, yeah, good start. Which one should we watch next? The Rabbit Hole Iceberg. Now that's meta as fuck.
This is the Rabbit Hole Iceberg.
Hold on. What?
This iceberg chart.
What? Hold on.
This is the rabbit.
I mean, rabbit holes are a type of iceberg. Now you're just being too meta. It's like, oh, watch out, it's the iceberg. Ah!
hole iceberg. Google defines a rabbit hole as a bizarre, confusing, or nonsensical situation or environment. And this iceberg chart's got a lot of that. This iceberg chart has so much stuff on it, so much
I mean, no, that's not what the rabbit hole is. It's something that's so interesting you get stuck deeper and deeper in, and then you can't get out.
weird stuff.
Yeah, rabbit bird or ice hole.
On it, and that makes this iceberg chart kind of a hard thing to cover because there is so much stuff you could potentially talk about. You could pick pretty much any single one of the entries on this iceberg and
Well, I mean, technically, every one of these could make for a different subgenre of streams. Because, like, you fall down, like, for example, what the fuck is about, yeah, Meat Canyon, that's a fucked up one. Or, yay, video games. Then it just keeps getting worse.
spend an entire video just talking about that one thing. There is that much going on here. So the way
Because that's what the rabbit hole is. It's a big, big topic point. That just makes you lose a whole day thinking about it. Yeah. No, don't think about it, Espina.
I'm gonna do this is with each entry, I'm just gonna give you a rundown of the most important ideas, the most interesting aspects of the entry, and then move on. Obviously, I'm gonna spend more
And then we'll take this as possible future stream subjects to talk about.
time on the more
Hey.
interesting entries and spend less time on the less interesting entries. And as you can see, I'm not going to be able to cover this entire iceberg in just this one video. So this is going to be part one of a multi-part series probably. And let me tell you, while doing research on this iceberg, I found myself on some of the weirdest parts of the internet. And while browsing these weird parts of the internet, it's important to keep my online identity.
Oh boy, here we go. I almost fell for that segue.
It came to my attention that the first two layers of this iceberg are not very interesting. I'd imagine that a lot of the people watching this video are already very familiar with a lot of the entries on the first two layers of this iceberg. Many
Yep.
of these entries have been covered to death on YouTube, and most of these entries lack anything interesting or dramatic or mysterious. And here's the thing, I think most people are coming to watch an iceberg video not to listen to someone talk about things that they're already familiar with, but instead to listen to someone talk about things that are new and fresh and have an air
Exactly.
of mystery to them. So what I want to try and avoid doing here is making a video.
Yeah, I mean, some people are very, very good at making sponsored content. Like, for example, the Internet Historian makes like big skits around the advertisement, so it doesn't feel like an advertisement. He's one of the rare ones that do it too. Most people just make a clean break and then it's like, well, deal with it. I'm not sure I would be good enough to do that expertly. I would probably stumble and look really bad. But yeah, that's me.
Where you guys have to slog through boring entry after boring entry, just so every once in a while we can talk about something that's actually interesting. And then right after that, we go back to boring entry after boring entry. And so here's what I did. I went through all the entries on the first two layers of this iceberg and blurred out of focus all the ones that are not worth our time. And so we're not gonna spend any time on those ones, but then moving past these first two layers, we'll cover every entry. Oh my God, he's not gonna talk about flat earth. That's my favorite one. Shut up, take your complaints to the comments. There are so many interesting things on this iceberg that are
Yeah, it's like if you want to talk about flat earth, that topic has been beat to an inch of its life everywhere on the internet. So I don't feel like you would be well served by this person, by him talking about it again.
Time is not best spent talking about these entries. Okay, let's get into it. Pools closed. So this entry is referring to a meme that's related to the game Habbo Hotel. Habbo Hotel is an online socializing
I never played Habbo. This was a little bit after my time.
multiplayer game. It's aimed at children. And in 2006, a couple groups on 4chan formed some raids where everyone chose this avatar and formed human blockades to block off
because
doors,
racism.
block off other entrances
Hee
to
hee.
other locations. Some people say that this raid happened due to some rumors floating around on 4chan that moderators were abusing their moderation powers to disproportionately ban avatars with a dark skin color. And some people claim that this was a protest against that. Although a lot of the people that participated in these raids probably didn't have that on their minds. The phrase
No. They're just trying to justify it after the fact.
pools closed became a pretty popular catchphrase amongst people in these raids, and this phrase kind of became a meme that grew beyond just 4chan and Habbo Hotel. Phoenix Jones is a guy who's dedicated a solid portion of his life to being—
Yeah, Phoenix Jones was literally IRL Batman. And it ended pretty much the way it was supposed to, I guess. Which is, it's a tragic tale. It's a tragic tale. Superheroes in real life are not viable, and he's one of the examples why. Yeah, sad story. Hey Wolf, what's up?
a real-life superhero. His real name's Ben Fedor, and since 2010, he's been roaming the streets of Seattle, Washington, trying to fight crime, protect civilians, and do good deeds. He wears a black and gold colored suit that is supposedly reinforced with bullets.
That's one of the things that brought him down,
He
yeah,
also wears
Devin.
a bulletproof vest underneath it. Usually his weapon of choice is his fists or pepper spray, but reportedly at one point he even tried carrying around a net launcher to catch criminals with. Throughout his career, he's actually managed to stop quite a few fights and help a couple people from getting mugged. He's also an MMA fighter, and so a lot of people think he's doing this Phoenix Jones thing as a publicity stunt. In 2020, he was arrested for a—
Well, I mean, not really, because for the longest time, he kept himself anonymous until the law basically forced him to reveal his identity. So, you know, it's a tough gig, because I think he got beat up so many times, too. He had, like, permanent scars from it.
allegedly selling MDMA, but since
There
then
it
he's
is.
seemingly been released and could potentially be roaming the streets of Seattle as we speak. Garfield minus Garfield. Garfield minus Garfield is a website that posts Garfield—
Yeah, I know about that one. It's like they just removed Garfield from all the panels, so John looks like a fucking insane person. Oh boy. Oh, nice. Yeah, everything's going pretty well, Wolf. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I made a little announcement at the start of the stream. The Monday streams are coming back. And also, I'm planning a new content schedule. I'm upping my investment, so to speak. I'm putting my foot on the accelerator. So we'll see if I regret that decision soon or not.
comics with Garfield removed from them. It turns the Garfield comics into this completely different experience that makes it feel like John is a lonely man battling mental illness and is just alone talking to himself. The Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows. The Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows, most predominantly, is a website dedicated
It's
to
sad
creating
and hilarious at the
words
same
to
time,
describe
Cypher.
specific emotions that don't have a specific word to describe them yet. For example, the word ringlord describes the feeling that goes with the wish that the modern world felt as epic as the one once depicted in old stories and folktales. Probably the most popular word from this being the term sonder, which it defines as the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own, populated with their own ambitions, friends, routines, worries, and inherited craziness.
I don't think we need
Wikipedia
those
deleted
words.
articles. So this is a Wikipedia page for Wikipedia articles that have been deemed unnecessary or weird or extreme, and when these articles are deleted, they're put on this deleted articles list. Probably my favorite ones on this list are Beware the Green Monkey, Inappropriate Touch Tuesday, and more information on this subject is available. ILookLikeBarackObama.com. ILookLikeBarackObama.com is a shitpost website about this guy that thinks he looks like Barack Obama. Hi, my name's Trevor, and I look like Barack Obama. I've
Well, okay. Here's the thing, Social. I think we're not gonna watch the entirety of the video. We might have to, watch it at a later point. So I'm not sure how much longer the stream is gonna be going. So, maybe you'll be free soon.
had lots of people stop me on the streets, ask me about taxes and healthcare and things like that, and I thought I'd create a website to clarify that I am, in fact, not Barack Obama. I'm not the president of the United States, so please,
Oh my
if
God,
you see
what
me
a
on the
fucking
streets,
shitpost.
don't come up to me asking if I'm Barack Obama. I'm not. He has bodyguards and dresses better. I drew all sorts of lines all over the images to make it look like facial recognition stuff. Notice how similar the lines are. It's not just a coincidence. We really look alike. Nowadays,
I feel like this thing was made by someone else trying to shit on that other person to make them look bad. That's the vibe I'm getting from that page.
This website's pretty much gone. If you try and visit ilooklikeBarackObama.com, you'll just get this page that has the definition of the term microaggression. I guess the guy who made the website decided to take it down because people were viewing it as a microaggression, or he started viewing it as a microaggression. Vermin Supreme is a guy who has run for president in every single election cycle since 1992. Some of the policies he campaigns on are legally requiring all Americans to brush their teeth, government-funded research into time travel, and providing every American with a free pony to help shift towards a more pony-based economy. He's a comedian.
I mean, the brushing the teeth one might be good, because some people don't brush their teeth and it's fucking disgusting. The pony one, no.
Comedian and performance artist. He's ran under the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, and in the 2020 presidential election, he actually got 3rd place in the Libertarian presidential primaries. So he's getting closer to being on the ticket. Also, here's a clip of him pouring glitter onto one of his opponents at a debate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Supreme.
That's awful. Glitter is impossible to clean. That poor guy. That poor guy is probably picking glitter off of his suit years later, this day.
Who killed Cap?
Yeah, glitter is a war crime. I mean, that's one way to put it, Tomcat. But yeah, glitter is a war crime. I've said it.
Captain Alex. Who killed Captain Alex?
It looks pretty. Very cute. But it's so annoying to clean.
Is a Ugandan action film with a budget reportedly lower than $200. Isaac Godfrey.
Yeah, Captain Alex, why are you running? That's where that meme came from. Oh yeah, I've heard about that social. That's awful. Also, welcome, Tomcat.
Geoffrey Nabwana, or I'm just going to call him Nabwana, is the man behind this film, and this one guy is pretty much the complete driving force behind the film, with him directing, editing, and doing the screenplay for this film. Pretty much all the props and rigging for this film were made using scrap metal. Apparently, the computer that was used to edit this film was made from whatever old spare computer parts Nabwana was able to get his hands on. The movie calls itself Uganda's first action film, and it probably is, and the original version of the film has seemingly been completely lost. The only version of this film that's
Are you kidding? So this whole movie was lost. Oh, that's unfortunate. That seemed like a fun thing to watch.
Still exists has what's called a video joker in it. A video joker is this guy who gets dubbed over the audio in the film and does commentary. And the only version of the film that still exists has a video joker dubbed over it.
You're all dead. I will kill you all.
The movie has garnered a lot of fans from Western audiences over recent years, and it's another example of a film that's so bad it's kind of endearing. DashCon was a convention.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point around movies like The Room, right? Like they're so terrible, they loop around because of rounding error, and they become funny again. Oh, so they re-uploaded it. Was this recent, Tomcat? Hold on, because this video here is from 2021. Or maybe the guy was misinformed. Oh, it's been a while. Okay, so the guy that has outdated information then. Whoops.
That was held in Schaumburg,
Oh
Illinois.
god, that's gone. I remember
The
this
idea
one.
behind it was that it would be a convention centered around Tumblr and the many different Tumblr fandoms that existed at the time. When the convention actually happened, it was a complete mess, and the whole thing
Sounds
was
like hell.
completely mismanaged. Very few vendors showed up. A bunch of performances that were supposed to be at the convention pulled out because at the last second the convention decided that they weren't going to pay for their hotel rooms. And there only ended up being about 350 attendees, even though they were projecting somewhere between 3,000 and 7,000.
Was this the one with the ball pit? I think it's the one with the ball pit.
Because a lot of the performances pulled out, a lot of the attendees who wanted to see their favorite performers wouldn't be
I
able
knew it.
to. And so reportedly what was happening is the
us the
convention
ball pit,
organizers were
you
offering
cowards.
people a voucher for an extra hour in the ball pit as compensation. This is what that ball
There
pit
it
is
is.
like. I Love Bees. I Love Bees was an ARG.
Hold on. No. You can't just... No, show it
An
longer.
extra hour in the ball pit as compensation. This is what that...
There it is. Majestic. Probably everyone, Tomcat, probably everyone. It looks so sad. Such a sad ball pit. Yeah, people got sick from that ball pit because there were people peeing and stuff in it. I'm not even surprised at this point. I'm just disappointed. Yeah, they did. They did, Wall. They did. Maybe we'll watch that at some point in the future.
That ball pit looked like. I Love Bees. I Love Bees was an ARG that was set up to advertise and build hype for the release of Halo 2. In one of the trailers for Halo 2, at the end of the trailer, the website ilovebees.com would flash onto the screen, and if you were to decide to visit the website, you'd be met by this blog that was supposed to be owned by this beekeeper by the name of Margaret, and throughout the website there's these weird, glitchy, corrupted effects taking place, and the home page would have a message that read, "Control has been yielded to System Peril Distributed Reflex. Countdown to Wide Awake and Physical. Make your decisions accordingly." Question: what happened to this site? Answer: no idea. Help me out. After digging into the website and looking into a blog associated with the site where Margaret's daughter
That was one of the really first ARGs, huh? Those were one of the first ones.
Would express confusion and questions towards what was happening to her mother's website. It would eventually be discovered that the story behind this ARG was that a rogue AI from the Halo universe was seeking refuge from destruction, so it inserted itself into the I Love Bees website in an attempt to preserve itself. And while the AI was being hosted on the I Love Bees website, it would start corrupting the website, and it would try and send out messages to the outside world to try and communicate to people what its current situation was. To figure all this stuff out, players in this ARG would be tasked to solve puzzles to progress the story, with one of the most important parts of the ARG tasking players to activate 777 axons to progress the story. And to activate these axons, players would need to visit certain GPS coordinates where payphones would be located, and while at the payphone would ring at a certain time, and players would be required to answer questions and provide the person on the other end with a secret code word that would then activate the axon. After these 777 payphone axons were activated, certain
Oh my god, that's so much work. What was the payoff?
players of this ARG would be invited to one of 4 movie theaters throughout the United States, where special events would be held, where people could get early hands-on time and play Halo 2. 17,000.
Was it worth it? That remains debatable. Halo 3 was my favorite.
776. So in real life on June 7th, the sports blog owned by Vox Media known as SB Nation published this article titled "What Football Will Look Like in the Future." And upon clicking on the article and going to the webpage, the text on the page would just start growing until the entire screen turned black. And this is the point where the webpage transitions from being a sports blog to this narrative story thing called 17,776. The story is told through a bunch of different web pages and videos and articles, and this is the general idea of how it goes. The story is about 3 space probes who, after aimlessly floating through space for a lot of time, eventually gained sentience. Just go with it. And after thousands of years of just floating through space aimlessly, they eventually met up with one another in the year 17,776 and decided to observe and talk about Earth. In the year 17,776, humans on Earth have basically become immortal. No one dies, no one reproduces, everyone lives in good health, and war and conflict has ended. And since at this point humans live in this perfect utopian future, they have nothing better to do than play absolutely crazy and convoluted versions of football. So in this future, humans have invented nanotechnology that allows them to be pretty much indestructible and immortal. So the story explains that, for example, there's a game of football that they play that uses the entirety of Nebraska as the playing field. There's a version of the game where a football is launched out of a cannon in Alaska and will land somewhere in the continental United States, and the first to touch the ball is awarded points. There's a version of the game that is being...
Oh my god. I don't know about you, that sounds boring as fuck.
Being played between the Mexican and Canadian border that has been in a deadlock for 13,000 years. The Bibbits. The Bibbits is an artificial life evolution simulator. Within the simulation, there's these creatures called Bibbits, and just like...
Bibbits. So, Bibbits is a French word for like bugs. So that seems to imply that the creator of this thing is either French or accidentally fell on the meaning of the word. That's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, good thing we'll all be dead by then, Tomcat. Because oh my god, snooze.
Like real life, they're trying to get food to stay alive. At the start, all the Bibbits will be given slightly different versions of genes, making some of them more effective at getting food. The Bibbits can reproduce and pass on their genes to the next generation. So through natural selection, the Bibbits will evolve to become much more effective at getting food, and it can lead the Bibbits to become really complex. The Bibbits are programmed to have brains that can evolve to have really complex behaviors. So as the simulation goes on, you'll start seeing Bibbits sometimes getting aggressive, you'll start seeing them hurting with one another, you'll start seeing them move in weird ways. Cyber ethnography. So ethnography is the study of people groups and—
Yeah, I wonder if they just keep it running, it would gain sentience and would start to fuck shit up. Skynet started as a Bibbit.
and their different traditions and moral standards, values, beliefs.
But the answer to your question, Social, is why not?
Stuff like that. So the idea behind cyber ethnography is just like how real life people groups have their own unique cultures and customs and dialects, online people groups do as well. So the idea—
That's true. That's true. Like when people here on Twitch says like PodChamp, we know what it means, but if you say that to someone who's like 50 years old, they're gonna look at you like you've killed the president.
being, for example, a furry role-playing group on Tumblr will probably have a different culture than that of a hate group on 4chan, and they will probably have a different culture than that of a Facebook group for moms. All these online people groups will have their own unique values, traditions, moral standards, and they'll all even have their own unique dialects to some extent. 2,222 card Yu-Gi-Oh deck. At the 2007 Yu-Gi-Oh! German Nationals, a guy entered the tournament with a 2,222 card deck.
Why the fedoras? What's with the fedoras? Oh my goodness.
At the time, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rule set didn't have a maximum deck size, so this move
Yeah,
was
it is
actually
pretty interesting,
technically
isn't it,
illegal.
Social?
The whole point of the deck was to waste as much time as possible when going up against your opponent. This deck was also reportedly disproportionately made up of search cards, and in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anytime you use a search card, you have to shuffle your entire deck afterwards, and shuffling a 2,222 card deck takes up a ton of time. This deck was brought to the tournament by a guy by the name of Mike Sway. The deck was disqualified the second round of the tournament. A judge at the tournament determined that the deck could not be shuffled in a reasonable amount of time.
Not only that, it was clearly a troll attempt. Come on, read between the lines.
And he requested that he drop out of the tournament, to which Mike Sway complied. Probably at least part of the reason Mike Sway did this was just to make a joke, but also at the same time, it was probably to put on display the flaws that were in the rule set at
Give me
the
the
time.
donuts,
At the
just
time,
smash
there was
them on the
no—
screen. Oh.
How is your weekend, Jeffy? Hope it's good.
Hey, hip. Yeah, my weekend's going actually great. What about yours? Thank you so much for the 12-month resub. Hey, 1 year. You've now unlocked the golden alien icon to your name. Congratulations. And thank you for all the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And welcome back to the mothership. Yours could be better. Well, hopefully I can get your mind off things here for whatever time is left on this stream. Happy to see you. He brought the deck because he told them that it was a possible issue and they ignored him, so he did to show them how dumb it was. Ah, classic protest movement.
limit to how many cards your deck could
If
have.
you're not gonna
So
fix
this was
it, I'm going to
technically
break it.
completely legal. A year later, Konami did make changes to the rule set, and one of the rules implemented was a 60-card deck limit, making this type of move now impossible.
I mean, that was always a thing in Magic the Gathering, right? They always had, like, limits on how many cards can be in a deck. That feels like so much of an oversight. Seriously. It's like, that could never end well.
The Michael
Also, it would be pay to win as fuck. Like, oh, this guy has more cards.
Jackson Vault. Michael Jackson died in 2009, and he left behind a lot of unreleased demos and music. This unreleased music is—
Oh, game choices. Yeah, I get you, Hip. Sometimes gaming can feel kind of like a chore. Especially if you're not in the mood for it. And there's so many games, you can't even sit down and figure out which one you want to play because it's like, it's what I call choice paralysis. I have that problem sometimes. I can understand why it could be a big problem for others as well.
often referred to as being in the Michael Jackson Vault, which is being controlled by Sony. There's been a lot of unreleased music that's been released since Michael Jackson's death, but according to Sony, there is still a lot of unreleased stuff being still kept in the Michael Jackson Vault, but they have no intentions of releasing it yet. At least that's what they say on the Michael Jackson website.
I mean, they'll release it. Eventually. Because, you know, can't say no to money. Most games I like requires more than one person to enjoy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, finding communities of like-minded people who will enjoy the same game you do at the same time is very difficult. Specifically these days. Yeah. Like, any examples you want to share with us?
Club Penguin private servers. Club Penguin was an online multiplayer game that was shut down in
Oh,
March
God,
of
Club Penguin.
2017 by Disney. The player base had shrunken pretty substantially, and it probably wasn't a very profitable venture anymore.
Well, not only that, they had a gigantic grooming problem, so... Yikes.
But let me tell you, this didn't stop dedicated Club Penguin players from keeping the community alive. After the shutdown of Club Penguin, many private Club Penguin servers started popping up and being hosted by private individuals who were not officially being supported by Disney. Probably the most popular version of the game that you can play right now is Club Penguin Rewritten. In May of 2020, the BBC reported on this other private, unofficial version of the game called Club Penguin Online. They made an article on Club Penguin Online, and they were saying that it was not being moderated properly, and the game was being populated by a bunch of racists and anti-Semitists, groomers, and pedophiles. And the game was not suitable for children, and this led to Disney hunting
that's
down
what I
the
heard as
developers
well.
behind Club Penguin Online and hitting them with a cease and desist and shutting the game down. Libraryofbabel.info. Libraryofbabel.info is a website that has every book that has ever existed, every book that ever will exist, every document ever written, every paper ever
probably
written,
not,
every
probably.
song, poem, scripture, and document.
Oh, yeah, Zomboid. I mean, for Zomboid's case, there's a lot of people looking for more players on their servers, so even if you're not exactly friends with them, you should probably make some new friends by joining some of these public servers. Although starting out in these situations can end up with a lot of, you know, bullets flying your way. So it's like playing the game on hard mode. But it can be done.
Ever written. This sounds stupid. How does it work? Okay, so the
It's a
way
fun
this
game,
works
too.
is the
I love
website has
Zomboid.
on demand every single combination of English alphabet characters that could ever exist, as long as it's 3,200 characters long. That is a catch to it. So imagine a book with 3,200 characters in it, and this library has every combination of 3,200 characters that could exist. Sure, most of the books in this library are complete gibberish, but amongst all these books, there can also be anything. You could find the Bible, Harry Potter, 50 Shades of Grey, anything, because the library has access to every combination of letters, as long as it's 3,200 characters long. The library has 10 to the 4,677 books in it. The website also has this component to it where there's a virtual library you can access the books through. So there's 3,260 hexagonal rooms, each with 4 walls of bookcases, each case having 5 shelves, with each shelf having 32 books. Lucid dreaming.
So are you implying that literally every book is in there? Hold on, what was the name of that? What was the name of that?
Amongst all these books, there can also be... So the way this works is every paper ever written, every book that ever... Libraryofbabel.info.
Libraryofbabel.info. That's messed up. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Apex is a really insular community. People have their groups, and getting into new groups is pretty much impossible, yeah. And it's so sweaty too. It's like, if you're not good at the game, you know, you get shit on and you're not gonna have fun. That's a really fucking cool concept though, libraryofbabel.info. Hold on. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's pretty much gibberish. But it's like... Oh my god, this is messed up. So technically, every book in this thing exists. You just have to be able to find it somehow. Yeah, I'm gonna need some really talented librarians to help me sort out this mess. That's cool. That's cool.
As long as it's 3,200 characters long. The library has 10 to the 4,677 books in it. The website also has this component to it where there's a virtual library you can access the books through. So there's 3,260 hexagonal rooms, each with 4 walls of bookcases. Each case
I mean, that
having
you pretty
5
much
shelves,
just,
with
yeah,
each
it's what it
shelf
is,
having
Omega.
32 books. Lucid
You
dreaming.
need some
Lucid
room in
dreaming
there.
is when you were dreaming and you know you were dreaming. A lot of people say that they can take control of.
That happened to me once. I lucid dreamed only once, and I've never actually been able to recreate it. Very frustrating.
Of their dreams when they're lucid dreaming and like control the things around them and make things happen and do whatever they want. The exact mechanism that makes lucid dreaming happen is unknown. There's a lot of different methods people have developed that supposedly can help people achieve lucid dreaming more often. One of the things you can do is what's called a reality check. Every once in a while in your day-to-day life, just look around and make sure you're in reality. Make sure you're not dreaming. For example,
Yeah,
look
most
down
of
at your
these
fingers
don't
and
work.
make sure you have 5 of them. Make sure you're still in reality. If you make a habit out of this type of reality check, there's a chance that while you're dreaming, you might do this reality check and then realize you're dreaming and then start lucid dreaming. Also, some people suggest keeping a dream journal, so like writing down the things you experience.
I've tried holding a dream journal. Most of the notes I make in it make no sense, and then I'm just left wondering what the fuck I was doing to lead to that moment in the dream.
Your dream. And another thing that's often suggested to people that want to lucid dream is while you're falling asleep,
So it's all
try and
random, like,
imagine
damn,
the
that's unfortunate.
scenario you want to be in your lucid dream. Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is an indie game.
Dwarf Fortress. That's Rimworld's granddaddy. If you like Rimworld, Dwarf Fortress is partially to blame for that.
That has been in development since 2002, and through nearly its entire development, it's only had 2 developers working on it. The game has multiple different game modes you can play, but the most popular game mode takes place in a procedurally generated world where you take control of a group of dwarves with the main goal of creating and growing a fortress. The game uses incredibly simple graphics, but what makes this game really stand out is how
That's not even the actual supposed graphics. The original version is all letters and symbols to represent the forest and shit. So this is one of the more fancy versions.
how complicated and how many interlocking systems and pieces the game has. Like, just the sheer amount of things that can happen and will happen and take place in this game is insane. It's kind of hard to just give you an idea of how complicated and how much stuff goes on in this game. So I'm gonna talk about this interview the lead developer did, where he's talking about a bug that he recently patched out from Dwarf Fortress. I think this interview does a good job illustrating how complicated and complex things get in this game. Basically what he does in this interview is he explains a glitch that they patched out from Dwarf Fortress. So what was happening is they recently added bartenders to bars in Dwarf Fortress, and what would happen is dwarves would come into these bars and the bartender would serve them a drink, and since like dwarves are kind of these ill-mannered creatures, there's a chance that they would just throw their drink on the ground, and their drink would explode on the ground and put alcohol all over the floor. And also at around this time, they made an addition to the game to where cats clean themselves like how cats clean themselves in real life. They clean themselves in the way where they're like licking their paws and then like wiping their face. And so what was happening is cats would come into the bar after dwarves had thrown alcohol on the ground, and the cats would walk through the alcohol and get it on their paws, and then they'd clean themselves, and in the act of cleaning themselves, they would get alcohol in their mouth. And the glitch was that this wasn't really planned for, and so there was a little bit of an oversight, so that whenever a cat was licking its paw when it had alcohol on it, it would be equivalent to having an entire drink of alcohol, and it would make the cats drunk incredibly fast, and they'd start suffering from alcohol poisoning, and they'd start exhibiting like one of the 7 different symptoms that they coded in for alcohol poisoning, and then there would also be a chance that they would die. I just think this interview and this whole situation just goes to show how complicated.
I mean, that's programming, huh, for you. You fix something, you break 5 other things, and you're left wondering and losing all your hair trying to figure out what the fuck you just broke and where that line of code is. Oh my god, what?
And how much stuff is going on at once in this game. The game has been in development for 19 years now, and they say
that just makes me want to watch some playthroughs of Dwarf Fortress now. Damn. Damn you. Damn you,
it's not gonna be
Iceberg.
done for another 10. There was a release of this game on Steam somewhat recently, but it's not really a true finished version of the game. And the developers of the game said the only reason they did this is because they needed money to pay for their medical bills. Dark Side of the Rain.
That's sad. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people were happy to buy it. Because they've given so many years of their lives to a game that a lot of people really, really enjoy. So it's the least they can do.
This entry is referring to
exactly,
how if you
social,
play
exactly.
Pink Floyd's The Dark Side of the Moon album at the same time as The Wizard of Oz, the two will sync up incredibly well for some reason. The energy of the music follows the characters on screen really well, and sometimes even the lyrics of the music match up with what's going on screen. Some people think it matches up so well that there's no way this could possibly be a coincidence. So people speculate that Pink Floyd purposely made the Dark Side of the Moon album to fit with The Wizard of Oz. Members of Pink Floyd have been asked about this and asked if they purposely did this or not, to which they've always said that it's just a complete coincidence that their album matches up with The Wizard of Oz. Minecraft missing version.
It's a fun coincidence, but it is a coincidence.
So this is just referring to how some of the early versions of Minecraft were never archived, and as of now, they're actually missing. So for example, according to the Minecraft wiki, Java Edition Classic 0.0.19a_02 is missing. We're not really missing out on a whole lot on this update. Apparently, the only thing that was changed during this update was glass changing texture from this to this. Bulwer Lytton Fiction Fest. This is a contest that is held every year by the San Jose State University to see who can write the worst opening to a book. There are thousands of entries to this contest every year, and the 2020 winner for the worst opening was "Her Dear John missive flapped ambiguously in the windy breeze, hanging like a pizza menu on the doorknob of my mind. Best of Craigslist." This is a website that
Oh my god, that's so fucking stupid. I love it.
has a list of weird findings on Craigslist. Here's probably one of my favorite findings on this list. Category is general, and it's in the Detroit metro area. What it says on this listing is, "Want to watch a live birth on mushrooms? Hey there. My friend and I are trying to figure out the craziest thing we could do on magic mushrooms and realize that watching a live childbirth would be by far the most incredible, mind-blowing experience that we could think of. We're looking for a woman with child who would permit 5 respectful 27-year-old men to watch her give birth while on magic mushrooms. Compensation is negotiable, but for sure at least $100 per person. And the knowledge of knowing that you just blew some people's mind having a baby come out of you. This offer may not be for everyone. If you know someone who may be interested, please share this offer so that might..."
Okay, someone had to accept it. There has to be a woman out there that said, "Hey, $500 is $500. And I guess I can change their lives, maybe for the better, that way." Not sure how that would work, but weirder things have happened.
Fulfill our dream of watching a live birth on mushrooms.
Oh my
Another
God.
good ones I found is idiot needed to beat Vanilla Dome in Super Mario World. Human-sized steel cage. Whoever responds with the best potential use for this cage will get it free of charge. Welded steel, approximately 200 pounds. 2 people can easily move it. Not prawn. Not prawn is an on.
Why? Why did you have such a contraction? Did someone get into kidnapping and then lost the will for it?
Online puzzle game where you'll solve different riddles and puzzles to progress through different web pages. Some of the riddles are super complex and complicated. Throughout the
Yeah, I remember this one. I got hopelessly stuck a few more pages in. That probably still exists, doesn't it? That prawn. Maybe that would be a fun little thing to stream at some point. Can we get through those puzzles?
puzzle, you'll have to mess with URLs and look into the source codes of pages and edit images and discover hidden codes within music, and stuff like that just happens on a regular basis within this puzzle. There's 138 documented different levels to this puzzle, and it's taking people reportedly months to complete sometimes. Peepee. This entry is probably referring to this plushie called a Peepee. It's a plushie being sold by this company called Item Label, and some of the other plushies they sell are called the Sucklet and the Dinkle. The company has made a lot of TikToks and YouTube videos about their plushies, I don't know, with their most popular YouTube video being called Peepee's Theme. It seems to me as an example of a company trying to use viral marketing to promote and sell their products. There's no—
I mean, it's working, because you're talking about it right now. That's the whole point of viral marketing. They don't care if you say it's shit or it's great. They just want you talking about it. That pushes their numbers up.
nothing special about these plushies. It's just named a Peepee, so it's kind of funny, and you can make jokes about it, and you can be like,
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Ah ha ha, Peepee. Ho ho ho. You win.
Oh, I bought a PP online. From what I can tell, there was a pretty brief trend on TikTok where people were making videos about PPs. Although it's kind of hard to tell if these videos were organically made by people actually wanting to make videos about PPs, or if it was item label sponsoring them to make videos.
It's hard to tell at this point.
Vtuber is one of the very few pieces of land on Earth that people debate over who doesn't own it. The area is between Egypt and Sudan. In short, what ended up happening was in 1899, the UK was in charge of defining the border between these two countries, so they just kind of drew a line and said that the border was straight and looked like this. But in 1902, another borderline was drawn as a revision that looks like this, and this borderline was supposedly a borderline that would better reflect cultural differences. I apologize in advance for pronunciation. The thing is both countries wanted this area known as the Halaib Triangle, and that meant that claiming this area, Vtuber, meant that by extension you would not get the Halaib Triangle. Since neither of these countries have claimed this area, it's pretty much the only land not claimed by any country in the world.
Okay, so technically it's like, I don't want this little piece, I want the big one, so nobody's claiming the small part. Ah, that's messed up. Imagine living in that little corner and you're always like, nobody wants me. Nobody wants Bert the Mill. The Will, or whatever you call it. I probably butchered that fucking pronunciation, I'm so sorry.
The only other place being Antarctica. A number of people throughout the years have just come here and laid down flags and claimed it as their own. Obviously, no one is recognizing them as owning it, but no one is also not recognizing them as owning it either. Luther Burbank.
So that's like the God situation. Nobody can prove he's real, but nobody can prove he's not real. So we're stuck. Yay!
Luther Burbank was a botanist. He created over 800 different new types of plants. Through hybridization and artificial selection, he was able to create the plum cot, which is a half plum, half apricot, white blackberries, cactuses without pricks, a cross between tobacco and petunias, and even a type of plum that didn't have a pit in the middle. In fact, the potatoes that pretty much all fries and tater tots are made of come from a variety of potato invented by him, known as the Burbank potato. Lord Buckethead.
Huh.
Lord Buckethead is a character that...
Oh, I know this one, Lord Buckethead. He's like, he's a British politician, right?
It comes from a 1984 parody of Star Wars called Hyperspace. This movie that it comes from really isn't that popular, and the only reason Lord Buckethead really has any prominence is because on multiple occasions people have dressed up as Lord Buckethead and tried running in the general elections for
There it is.
Prime Minister in the UK. Lord Buckethead's been played by quite a few different people throughout the years, and in 1987, Lord Buckethead ran against Margaret Thatcher for Prime Minister. He also ran for Prime Minister in 1992 against John Major, and even once again in 2017, he ran against Theresa May. He usually campaigns on such policies as turning Berkshire into a spaceport, but sadly, he's never won over 0.01% of the vote.
Hey, that's still 0.1% more than I would get. People don't want an alien running their country. Who would have thought?
This entry on the iceberg is kind of coming out of left field. As far as I can tell, this entry is referring to a pretty prominent writer in the Harry Potter fan fiction community. This person goes by the name of Northern Bria, and according to this person's fanfiction.net page, he has written over 89 fan.
Yeah, Buckethead is the guy with the KFC bucket on his head, right? And the mask. It's not the same person.
Fiction
yeah, he can shred.
Harry Potter extended universe. The tramp stamps. The tramp stamps are...
I mean, we all know what the tramp stamps are. They're like the lower back tattoos on women.
An alt-rock punk group that are often accused of being industry plants. Much of their presence on social media...
Oh wait, they're talking about the group, not the tattoo. Oh, never mind.
...feels very artificial.
Yeah, I've heard about that too. It's like... people always discuss them not being real. So, are they real?
It often feels like they're trying way too hard to appeal to Gen Z kids with their alt-punk aesthetic, and this becomes a really big problem, especially in the alternative punk community, because those type of people are really quick to call out posers. Basically, the idea is that this group is not made up of 3 girls who genuinely wanted to come together to make alt-rock punk music. Instead, it was some large music corporation that, like, artificially assembled these girls and artificially, like, devised them in a way to try and appeal to kids in the alt-rock punk community. There's a lot of weird, suspicious things about.
So basically, hi, fellow kids. They're getting John Buscemi.
Them. The very first posts on their Instagram account are really professionally made, which is weird for a first-time thing. They've had a link tree from the very get-go. They've had a merch store from the very get-go. All stuff that a naturally forming band would probably not.
I mean, that depends. Sometimes, especially on the streamer side, a lot of people over prepare for their start. So all of that shit is ready when they start and they have like no followers yet. So maybe it's not the same for music.
Have. These are really only things you'd have from the get-go if you had some sort of
Yeah,
backing
how do you
from
do,
some
fellow
large
kids?
financial music group. People dug into the backgrounds
I feel
of
like
band
that
members
sometimes.
in the tramp stamps, and all of them have a
Especially when it
history
comes
of
to,
working in the music
Generation
industry.
Z
And also on
humor, the
top of all
Zoomer
that,
humor I don't
the way
get.
they act is really just artificial looking. It always seems like they're trying to use certain buzzwords to appeal to kids, but till this day, they still claim that they're not industry plants. Y2K, a postmodern RPG. This is an indie game that had quite a bit of hype surrounding it. It was released in 2019 on the PS4, PC, and Nintendo Switch, and most of the reviews of the game were pretty negative. Some of the dialogue was really bad, and the combat system was really slow, and the main character was not really liked by many people. And this game has a scene in it that is based off the death of Alyssa Lamb. Alyssa Lamb is a college student who went missing in 2013, and the last known footage of her comes from security camera footage of her standing in an elevator. In the video, she seems very on edge, she seems kind of irritated, she makes kind of unusual gestures as though she's trying to communicate to someone or something. This is the last known appearance of her until 2 weeks later, where her body was found in a water tank on top of the hotel she was staying in. This case, till this day, has remained unsolved. And when asked if this scene is actually a reference to Alyssa Lamb, the developer of the game said, "I was someone who was very moved by the terrible case of Alyssa Lamb. I really feel for her tragic passing. Her suffering was influential in the development in the game." People were dogging on the game, and the developer of the game started getting really defensive and arguing that people just didn't understand his art, and it made it a really easy situation to make fun of. Ooh-woo language. So as far as I can tell, this is...
Oh god. Help. Help. I knew this would get to something the VTubers are aware of. And we've made it. With only 10 seconds to spare before the 30-minute mark. Yeah, usually when someone goes, "You don't understand my art," it means they've already lost.
Referring to a pretty popular post on the r/conlang subreddit. Some person designed a language that surrounds the ooh-woo thing. It's a full-fledged functioning language, and technically it would work. The language is completely made up of different O's and woes and ooh-woos and stuff like that. The language has different tenses, moods, pronouns. There's actually a dictionary that's pretty fleshed out with a lot of different vocabulary. So the Westboro Baptist Church is a group in Westboro, Massachusetts that is most often seen as an extremist hate group.
Westboro is more like a terrorist group than an actual religious group at this point. And I'm glad they have censored these words because those are very bad slurs.
Church, although
Don't
it's not
start,
really a
Hope.
church, has a history of abuse among
Don't
its
start,
members. They
please.
spread a lot of anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories. They're also homophobic to the absolute extreme. They call themselves the Westboro Baptist Church, but they've been...
It's like cartoonish in its intensity too. It's almost scary.
denounced by the Baptist World Alliance,
Mostly
and other
disgusting.
Baptist conventions, so they're not really recognized by anyone as true Baptists. Their extreme homophobia has brought a lot of press and infamy, and right next door, there is this house, the Rainbow House. This house was purchased and painted rainbow colors in 2013, and it's been there ever since. The buyer of the house said he did it as a way to combat the hate from the church, and now...
Hey, that's awesome. Great way to fight back. You're not hurting anyone. And you're doing it in a way that is very appealing. Good job.
Nowadays, it's a equal marriage rights museum. Biohacking.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Omega, we can't always put all of them in the same bucket. Religion is like anything else. It has its good, it has its bad. We have to be able to distinguish. And also know where it should be and shouldn't be. You know, it's just about logic.
So the term biohacking is going to be a little bit hard to
Oh,
cover.
that's
because it
disgusting,
refers
Hope.
to
I hope they don't get the...
The term
I don't get...
biohacking
I hope
usually
they don't
means to
get in.
manipulate your body in specific ways to make it perform at its maximum potential by using certain medications or certain practices. This can mean a lot of things, though. Like, for example, getting good sleep and diet and exercise are sometimes referred to as biohacks, which is kind of ridiculous because these are just general healthy lifestyle practices.
Yeah, oh, if you want to be the best human, eat 3 meals a day. You're welcome. You want to hear the rest of my great advice? It's 3 payments of $19.99. It's worth it. No, it's not.
I think when the term biohacking is used
How
to
do I
refer to
think
these
good to
kind
see
of
you?
things, it's almost an attempt to try and use a buzzword to try to sell the idea of being healthy. There's also like a set of practices that are often referred to as biohacks. Like practices such as young blood transfusions and fecal transplants are often referred to as biohacks. A young blood transfusion is where you take the blood from a young person and inject it into an older person in the hopes of it slowing aging. There's not really evidence to suggest that this is
Yeah, that's been
And a fecal
debated for the
transplant
longest
is where you
time.
take fecal matter from one person's gut and put it into another person's gut in the hopes of it bolstering their gut bacteria, and there is evidence to suggest that this procedure is effective. Or there's this practice called dopamine fasting that's also often referred to as a biohack. The way
I heard that's bullshit though.
dopamine fasting is usually explained is dopamine is the neurotransmitter in your brain that makes you feel happiness, and so if you
Yeah, I guess you're right, Knight. It's not black and white. There's lots of nuances that we're not always well equipped to talk about.
take a break from doing things that make you happy for a couple days,
But there are
the
some
idea
things
is
people
that you'll
should
lower
agree
your
on.
brain's tolerance.
As in, government and religion should never mix. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Everything else is probably debatable, but still. Jesus.
To dopamine, and so when you go back to doing things that make you happy
Yeah,
again,
pretty
since
much,
you've
Knight.
lowered
Yeah,
your brain's
I heard
tolerance to
about that.
dopamine, everything will make you feel just even happier. There's really no evidence to suggest that this really works, though. Biohacking's kind of a complicated entry on this iceberg because biohacking can potentially refer to a lot of different things that are kind of similar or are related to each other in some ways. Siva Gunner. Siva Gunner is a YouTube channel that at first
That sounds familiar. I think we've watched some of that content before. Or am I thinking of something else? Well, the Church of Spino is sacrilege and should never be allowed.
first glance just uploads soundtracks to video games. But with every upload, every song has something changed about it, or it has some sort of gimmick going towards it. The song might have the melody changed, or might be remixed or mashed up with another song. The main idea of this channel, though, is that the titles and thumbnails of each upload would lead you to believe that each upload is just some regular video game soundtrack. But once you click on the video and listen to the song, something about the song has been edited. It's been remixed, or it's been mashed up with some other song, or some meme has been integrated into it. What makes this channel work even better is there's a sister channel called Gilva Sunner that just uploads completely legitimate video game soundtracks with no gimmicks. So it makes
Okay, so someone made a parody that actually had the legit songs, and that's the one that got fucking blasted by Nintendo. So the actual Silver Gunner one is actually alive because of their parody nature. For now. Until Nintendo finds something wrong with it, I guess.
this situation even more confusing because people that don't understand the joke get confused between Siva Gunner and Gilva Sunner. My Immortal. My Immortal is a fan fiction that is sometimes talked about as the worst fan fiction of all time. It's this Harry Potter fan fiction where a goth girl by the name of
Yeah, I've read about that. The Internet Historian has made a series about it. Yeah, the Internet Historians made a video series about that awful fanfic.
Raven goes to Hogwarts, and in this alternate reality, there's basically two cliques
Also, there were fake DMCA claims. That makes it even worse. Oh my god, what the fuck? Some people just want to watch the world burn, huh?
of kids at Hogwarts, those cliques being goths and prep kids. The goth kids have a rivalry with the prep kids at Hogwarts, and the main character Raven is a love interest of Draco Malfoy. The grammar is awful and the spelling is bad, and the writing tries really hard to have a quirky sense of humor. It's so bad that a lot of people speculate that it's satire. No one has ever been able to track down the original author of this fanfiction, and the original version of the story has actually been deleted from fanfiction.net, so only copy and pasted versions of this original story exist, and some people—
So I'm guessing it got distorted over time even more, right? That has to be it. That's so fucking wacky. Yeah, I've heard good things about the game of Spino, but, you know, it's kind of a touchy subject, if I have to be honest.
People think that parts of the story that exist right now have actually been modified from the original version. Some people think the last 2 chapters in the current versions that exist were not actually part of the original story, and also certain segments of the story at the start aren't real. Probably my favorite quote from the book comes from Voldemort in chapter 9. Then all of a suddenly, an horrible man with red eyes and no nose and everything started flying towards me on a broomstick. He didn't have a nose, basically like Voldemort in the movie, and he was wearing all black, but it was obvious he wasn't gothic. Martin Cabello. Martin Cabello is his online personality.
What the? Oh my god, that's bad. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, even then, he still got fucking fucked over for that social, so it's still pretty awful.
Who's pretty popular on TikTok and Instagram. He looks like a pretty unassuming guy, but whenever he talks, it's just crazy, sometimes barely coherent ramblings.
Hebrews what? The ketones needed to heal your bones. Ketones. You think about this simple fact of reality, no matter what religion you believe in, they all tell you they can prove their God's existence and disprove the existence of every other religion's God.
Talking about a ton of weird stuff. He often makes
I want the last 10 seconds of my life back.
references to how the military was trying to hurt his family. Pretty common for him to talk about how quantum physics have some sort of mystic healing powers to them. He's talked about how his brother blew himself up with a gas can, and also he's really into fitness and cryptography for some reason. No one is really sure exactly what this guy's deal is, but based on the
And he has a fetish about torturing Muppets for some reason. Keep Kermit away from that fucker.
the way he talks about having meltdowns. A lot of people speculate that he has autism or schizophrenia. He has a wife and he seemingly lives on his own, but his videos are just batshit crazy. And he'll seem completely normal one second and then insane the next. Of course, a lot of people think it's an act, which is very possible, but also
that would make a lot of sense. Because once again, virality in content can be important. And if you can weaponize it in such a way. Because you don't get a wife if you're cuckoo cuckoo. Well, I mean, sometimes that can happen, but still. Huh. That's really weird.
also his consistency and how he acts leads a lot of people to believe that he—
We're watching a rabbit hole video about rabbit holes and icebergs. It's enlightening because we get to see a lot of weird random stuff and learning about the internet. Well, that's what I'm doing right now, but we're probably not going to be able to make it to the end because Jeffy's getting hungry.
He is
I might have
genuine.
to end
He's
the stream
refused to
soon.
do any interview, so until then, we likely won't have a better idea of what's going on with him. The Room. The Room is probably one of the most infamous examples
Yep, The Room by Tommy Wiseau. What a clusterfuck of a story that is.
of a movie that is so bad it's good. Probably the most interesting aspect of this movie is its writer and director Tommy Wiseau and just how little is known about the guy. No one has really been able to pinpoint exactly where he came from, where—
Yeah, he self-funded the film. He's rich. Nobody knows why or how. And he's made that movie so bad it's good, question mark. I'm not sure I agree with that statement, but it's messed up.
he was born, how he got to the US. Reportedly, The Room had a $6 million budget, but no one knows where Tommy Wiseau got this $6 million from. One theory suggests that he's receiving money from some crime ring in Europe. Another theory suggests that he was hit by a car that was being driven by some celebrity in LA, and the celebrity decided to pay Tommy Wiseau a huge sum of money so that he would keep quiet about the situation, and that's just where he got his money from. Some people also think that the movie didn't really cost $6 million. The large budget was actually just part of some money laundering scheme that he was involved in. Tommy Wiseau, till this day, is still very quiet about his background and how he received the money to produce this film. And
He still claims American, too. Which he's clearly not. At least, not initially.
refuses to answer a lot of the questions posed to him, so until he opens up, there's still going to be a lot of mystery surrounding his background. Grape Coon. Grape Coon is a penguin that got obsessed with a cardboard cutout of an
Oh yeah, that's such a fucking sad story. Poor Grape Kun.
anime girl. So there was a zoo in Japan that was doing a collaboration with this anime called Kimono Friends, and for this collaboration they put a bunch of different cardboard cutouts of anime girls from the show in some of the different—
Yeah, it almost made me cry when I read up on it. It's like, at the end he passes away from disease or something. And then they add a little penguin buddy to the cutout. So now they're together forever. And now I want to cry again.
animal exhibits, and they put one of them in the
Oh,
penguin
God.
exhibit, and this
Why
penguin
did I
that
think
went by
about
the name
that?
of Grape Coon got obsessed with it. He was even trying to court with the anime cutout. A bunch of different
Oh
news
my
outlets
God.
picked up on this situation. People were making fan art about it. Even the voice actor of this character from the anime came and met up with the penguin. It's a pretty nice story. When Grape Coon died, they made a memorial for Grape Coon, and this memorial displayed his affection for the cardboard cutout. Pureflix is an evangelical.
Yeah, and now the cutout is still there, and he's in the cutout with her. It's so sweet, but also so heartbreaking.
Christian film production company that has a streaming service of the same name. All the films on this streaming service are aimed
Or
at
a great
evangelical
one.
Christians and are meant for an evangelical Christian audience. And all of them are pretty low quality and overall pretty bad. The founder of the company, David White, writes, produces, and stars in over 50 of the movies on the platform. Much of the time, he plays the male, heartthrob character who saves the day and turns everyone Christian at the end of
Self-insert. Literally a self-insert.
the story, even though overall he's not a very good actor. And a lot of the time it doesn't seem like he's acting in these movies because of his love for God or his faith, but more so because he just likes being in the limelight and being the hero and being the main character and making money. Most of the movies on this platform are really shallow too and have just bad writing and storytelling. The service has a bunch of movies that are essentially clean Christian versions of other movies, and it makes the platform really easy to poke fun at. Piss Jar Sands. So this band called
Oh God. Okay, I think this will be the last one. I'm hitting my limit.
Piss Jar made a typeface that was created by peeing on a bed sheet and then taking a picture of it. I want to show it to you guys, but I don't think I can. Someone literally peed out the shape of a letter and then took a picture of it. Apparently peeing out letters on a bed is a pretty challenging task, so it took over 300 peeing sessions to complete the typeface.
Okay. I'm done. That's it. That's too much. That's too much. I don't want to think about someone peeing on their bed to make a typeface. Why would you want to do that? I guess at the end of the day, a lot of people don't ask themselves why, but why not, right? And sometimes that can be a problem. In this particular sense, at least. Oh my goodness, what the fuck? The internet was a mistake. It's a treasure. But it's also a mistake. It's a lot of things at the end of the day. Some of them good. Some of them bad. A lot of them pretty puzzling. So, you know, that's always a question we ask ourselves. Same night. Same. And yeah, I think you told us about that last time, Aspino. Still, I still don't agree with it. Sounds like a really dick move to do. But yeah. Alright, so... Oh my goodness, we've learned a lot today. About a lot of different subjects. We've learned about the weirdness that is Disney, as well as talking about a lot of subjects that were more or less related to rabbit holes and icebergs. So we talked about Netflix, we talked about PNG tubers, we talked about Overwatch 2. We talked about my future content creation projects. No, I think you told us you chucked pee at your neighbors, and I chastised you for it last time, too. I think. Or am I thinking of something else entirely? Oh my goodness, I don't even know where to start with that shit. Oh god. Alright, so for those of you who missed the start of the stream, I'm pushing harder on my content starting in May. I'm giving myself 4 extra months to my full-time adventure to really sit down and work on it more, you know? So that means Monday night streams are coming back. So this Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific will be our first Monday stream in a few months. So I hope you'll look forward to it. We haven't had one of those since February. February, my god, time flies, huh? That sounds spooky. Oh. I mean, yes. It's true. Humans are scared of me sometimes because of my voice. Hey Wilbur, thank you for the follow, welcome. And yeah, So I'm gonna be trying to produce more content as well for my social medias. So if you're subscribed to my YouTube, my TikTok, or my Instagram, look forward to more content there. And also my Patreon by default because of the early access stuff. So if you want to see my content before anyone else, the Patreon will be the place to go. Alright, so here's all my social medias if you want to support me. It's a great way to do it too because it doesn't cost you nothing. And if you haven't followed me yet on Twitch, what are you doing? Please do so. It really helps. Alright. Yeah, I know, right? Can't believe it's already May. Like, on freaking, it's tomorrow. May the 1st is tomorrow. 2022 is flying by and I'm not sure I like it. Slow down, okay? Jeffy wants to take some time to recover. Alright. So who am I sending you guys over to today? Oh, I think I could send you over to Envy. Yeah. Envy Streaming. She recently debuted her Life 2D model and it's super pretty. And she's doing an SCP collab, I think. So there's a few people in there also. Yeah, I'm gonna ban the passage of time. I'll find a way. Someday. Maybe. Alright, so I'm gonna go and make something to eat. And I will see you all next time. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And I will see you on Monday for our first Monday stream in a long time. What am I going to do? I'm not sure yet. I'm honestly not sure yet. So I'm not sure how long I'll be doing those Monday streams. Maybe I'll readjust to just doing the usual schedule again. If I need more time to make other type of content. But we'll see. But I will, as always, keep you posted on all of my stuff I do. Anyway. Alright. See you all Monday. Until then, thank you so much for watching. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. Anything is possible. Take care, and see you soon. Time for Jeffy to go get some num-nums. Jeffy hungry. Alright, time for good old-fashioned alien raid. Let's go say hi to Envy. She's playing some SCP Secret Laboratory right now. With a lot of other VTubers, I think. Or maybe I'm misremembering, but in any event, she's awesome. And she definitely deserves more support. Alright. That's it for me. You have a great rest of your night, okay? I'll see you on Monday. Peace out. Yeah, that's a good question to end the night on, Night. Good one. Now I'm gonna have nightmares, thank you. Alright, let's go. Alien raid time.